Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Tap that screen. Help out with the live goal. Let me get things rolling here. Hey, friend. I see you. Mm. Oh, they booed him hard. Like if you could boo someone with a hard R, that's what that would be. Democrats going to jail for what happened in California? No way. Well, when you get some proof of that, let us know. Hey, Michael. Hey, bud. I'm just saying, if you could boo someone that way, Mia, that's what that booing would be, right? It's like that's how much hatred they have for him. Oh, hey, Barta. Thank you, friend. I see it. Appreciate it. All right, this is the air drum with me. Any of you who watched, if you've seen any videos from last night, Rush opened their tour, the first time they're touring in 11 years. And it's their first time touring without Neil Peart. It's their first time. Well, it's their first time. It's their first time touring without Neil Peart since he joined the band. He was not their original drummer. It's their first. Look at that. Look at that. It's their first time touring without him. And it's amazing. Annika Nils is fucking amazing, and they look like they're having a blast. And like, I'm sorry, like anyone who wants to naysay that shit and it's not Neil, yeah, it's not Neil. No one's Neil, but she's fucking amazing. Also, after that, after the part after the guitar solo, when you've got the drum fills there, people lost their shit. Like if you watch a video of it, people just lost their goddamn minds because she just blew it away, like nailed it. She's amazing. I would love to go see them, but it's so prohibitively expensive. I don't think I can afford it. It's wild how expensive it is. I think I would pay as much to go see them one date as it would cost me for 2 of the shows I saw at the Sphere. And that would be like the cheapest seats I think I could get. Yeah, I know, Mike. I know. Don't think I don't know. Don't think I don't know. Don't think I don't know. Welcome in, guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, you're welcome to hop in the box, have a conversation, give us a ring over on the tube. If you voted for Donald Trump, you can call in. We are going to open up the phone line. Let's open up those phone lines. Nemo should be here anytime. Let's see here. I'm going to pull up my backup. Looks like we got someone in the box here. Shaq, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 21. I live in Kentucky.
Okay. You don't have to be so close to the microphone. You don't have to breathe right into it.
I'm not close to the mic.
Oh, okay. Cool. Just saying. Anyways, why do well, then why does it sound like you're literally right? You just went like you don't have to be right on your microphone. We don't need to.
I moved the phone away from me.
Okay. Anyways, why do you still support Donald Trump as of June 2026?
The war in Iran is justified. It should have happened a long time ago when Biden was in office or Obama was in office.
Why?
Huh?
Why? Hey, Moni. Hey, friend. Why? I said why.
Because I don't know, but it should have happened.
What a spectacular answer, man. You're doing great.
I am doing great.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
I don't know, but it should have happened.
You don't know who this is, bro?
Are you okay, kid? Like, do you need me to call someone for you, or like, are you having a heart attack or something, or?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you don't know who this. Like, am I supposed to know who you are? I don't know.
You don't remember me from the last time, bro? Shaquille Oatmeal? The one that was crashing out on your live and you kicked me from it?
Have I talked to this guy before?
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Your chat can't answer.
Did you want to talk about politics, or like, should I just move on to someone else? I don't really want to pay like remember when. Okay, dude. Anyways, have a good night. Hope you find your dad, buddy. Because that's fatherless behavior right there, I tell you. Anyways, don't know what we're doing. That was a weird. I agreed. That was a weird one. And that's saying something because we get a lot of weird ones. So, anyways, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can hop in the box over here. Or if you're over on the tube or on Twitch, you can call up. The number is right above my head. It is also pinned. It's pinned in the chat. So it's real easy. Appreciate all of you guys. I see a bunch of you guys hopping in over on the tube. Thank you for joining us very, very much. We are just getting started here on a Monday night. We did a couple of extras Taffy says 21-12 for the win. I don't know. There's a video of 21-12 from last night that was baller too. She's good. Like, she's real fucking good. Like, also, just I feel so bad. I feel so bad for her. I'll explain in a minute. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Damn.
Yeah. Yes, folks. It was the same guy.
We got some rhetorical scholars up in here tonight.
That guy was just up here and did the same thing. So there was that. This is what we're dealing with. Anyways, this is where we're at. Guys, yeah, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can get in the box, you can call in. Let's have a conversation, okay? What I was saying is I feel bad for Annika Nils because she is probably one of the most talented drummers in the entire world. You have to be to play Neil Peart's parts. Easily one of the most talented drummers in the entire world. And people are going to hate on her just because she's playing with Rush and it's not Neil. And it just sucks. It just sucks for her. And it's only because Getty and Alex want to keep playing the songs. They want to tour again. And it just sucks. I just feel bad. Anyways, that's all. I think she's fucking awesome. And I would 100% go see them if the tickets weren't beyond expensive at the moment. Maybe I'll get a chance at some point, but holy shit, she's fucking great. That being said, our friend Meg and our friend Crystal and a bunch of people have shared some clips with us. They shared some clips, some very delightful clips, I might add. Some very delightful clips. And I would love to show you guys. Let's show you some stuff. So, now I watched this first one, you guys. I watched the first one. There's two I want to show you. And I want to tell you, I watched the first one and I wasn't too impressed. I watched the first one, and I was like, need a bigger vote says, so you turning that political? Really? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, it's a weird thing to say. So this is the first video, and I was like, okay, yeah, he got booed. So check it out. Here we go. You'll see when the camera pans to him. Check it out. Last gleaming, whose broad shines and bright stars through the careless. And I was like, okay, it was booze. I was like, a couple of cheers, and there was like booze. I was like, okay, yeah. Then I saw this angle. And I saw this clip. Enjoy this one, because this one is glorious. the singer's microphone, Vernon, I mean, it's really not designed. It's really not designed to pick up you know, the crowd quite as well. But that, goddamn, yeah, that was just glorious. So, yeah, goddamn, he got no. The singer knew. I'm 100% positive the singer knew what was going on there. So let's not. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Hello.
Wyatt, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I was not able to because I turned 18 too late. But I do have to say I am
How?
not 15.
I'm so,
I'm not 15 because I was up here last time and you kicked me because everybody was saying I was 15, but I am not 15.
oh, that's right. Yeah, that's
It's
right.
because my Flow Wrestling is connected to a middle schooler that has the same name and last name as me. But if you dig deeper into that, you can see my Flow Wrestling.
Mm.
He
Okay.
he showed his driver's license. The second he showed his driver's license on a live, I was like, dude, you need to not do that. But
Yeah,
he did
don't.
it anyway.
Yeah,
I
don't
did it
do that.
because, like,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I
All
know
right.
I
That's fine.
realized that was a mistake. That's my bad.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You're 18. Okay. Are you still supporting Donald Trump, or what's your deal?
I, I really don't support Trump as much.
Hmm?
The only thing I support that he's doing is that he really it's nothing that Trump's doing, but he's the only thing I really support is the abortion laws that he wants to pass that it's illegal. But I'd rather it be legal for like if you got raped or graped, sorry, my bad, or like incest situations
Bud.
or like
Bud.
but like if it's a
Bud.
couple of teenagers
Wyatt.
or people
Wyatt.
having a
Wyatt.
mistake.
Wyatt. How old are you again? How old are you at? Just how old are you?
18 years old, about to be 19.
Okay. Okay. Wyatt, you do not know. I'm gonna try to be real kind when I say this, okay? I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm gonna try to be real kind. I mean this genuinely. You don't know enough about this to have that opinion. You don't understand what you're talking about. And I'm not saying that to be mean to you. I'm not saying that to be condescending. I'm trying to explain to you that you genuinely don't understand what you're talking when you say that you think that you support what Donald Trump is doing with that stuff. You don't know what you're talking about. Because right now, supporting what Donald Trump is doing is killing women. It's killing them. Do you support killing women?
Like I said,
No. I asked you. No. I asked you
no,
a very
you
direct
you didn't let
question.
me finish what I was saying
No,
before.
I didn't. I don't care what you were saying before. I asked you a simple question. Do you support killing women? Because I think the answer is no,
No, I
right?
don't.
Of
No,
course
I
you don't.
don't.
Of course you don't, bud. You don't. I know you don't. And I'm saying this because I think that you might be misguided in what you're saying, and I'm trying to
I'm
be
always
okay.
down to learn more
Okay.
information. I
All right.
don't want to just like have one-sided opinions on what I hear. I'm down to listen and learn as
Okay.
well.
Okay. For example, do you know what a DNC is?
The Democratic National Party.
No, not the Democratic National Convention. The a DNC is a medical procedure. Okay, and it's the medical procedure. Okay, when a woman has a miscarriage, what happens? Do you know?
Can you repeat that again? You cut out. I'm sorry.
It's okay. When a woman has a miscarriage, do you know what happens?
It's either you save the baby or you save the mother.
No. If a woman has a miscarriage, it's done. If the woman miscarries, then
The baby's already dead.
yeah. So then what happens?
You have to take the baby out, or the mother dies.
Well, the baby. Okay. The
Or the
fetus.
dead fetus.
It should be expelled from the body. But what if it's not? What happens if it's not?
The mother dies.
That's right. So a D&C is the procedure to remove that from the body. Do you know what a D&C is classified as?
An abortion. But that's where I draw
Hold
the.
on,
I
hold on,
also
hold on.
think it's
I listen. The next thing this is what I'm going to help you out with. The next words out of your mouth. The next words out of your mouth are going to be, I don't support making that illegal. Good. That's good. I'm glad that you understand that, you recognize that. But here's the problem with you saying that. You voted for someone that is making that illegal. That procedure becoming illegal and making abortions illegal and making them so tightly regulated and doing the things that we're doing is costing women their lives. Because what we're doing is, instead of these being decisions between doctors and women, because that's all that this should be, you and I shouldn't be in a examination room with a doctor and a woman. Do you agree?
it depends on if you're a
No,
father or
no,
not.
no, 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 no. No. I
Are you
didn't.
talking
No,
about
no,
like?
no. I'm talking. No. I'm not talking about you and your wife. Okay,
Oh,
that's
okay.
not.
I
No,
see what
no,
you're
that's
saying.
not what I'm talking about. And quite frankly, even then, it's still your wife's decision. At the end of the day, it's her body. At the very fucking end of the day, your wife still gets to decide what to do with her body medically, just like you get to decide what you want to do with your body medically. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing that we are talking about here is we shouldn't be anywhere near medical decisions that involve a woman and her doctor, just like you don't want someone else in the examination room between you and your doctor, and I don't want it, and Nemo doesn't want it. Nobody wants that. But that's what we're doing now with women, and it's wrong. Okay? It's wrong. You don't have a say in that. I don't have a say in that. That's the thing that is killing women right now in America. And when you say that you just want this one part of it, and you're like, well, I don't support it, but I give exemptions for this and that. It's not working that way. It's never worked that way. And the restrictions that we had previously under Roe, we already gave exceptions for it. We went up to 24 weeks, and it was totally fine. Okay? And to be quite frank with you, this is more than I ever talk to anybody about this subject. I normally just say I won't even talk to people about this because I don't even think it's your right to talk about this.
I just wanna learn. I'm sorry.
So,
Okay.
yeah, and as far as this is concerned, uh, I think that when your understanding of Roe, like just what you've been led to believe whenever you hear Roe, you think it's just like, oh yeah, just whenever, doesn't matter circumstances, go for it. Like I think that is generally what people think when they hear Roe,
Yeah,
and that's not what Roe was.
that's what I think it is. Is that no matter what
Right.
happens, you can have an abortion, no matter how
Okay.
long it is or whatever.
Okay. So, and all right, that's important. That's important because that's you just not knowing what the Roe ruling laid out. The thing is that if you describe what the actual ruling was, most Americans would agree with it. So it was, as Matt had said, so the first two trimesters, so like you understand trimesters, 3 parts of the pregnancy, right? So first 2 trimesters, permitted. Can't fuck with it, whatever. Like that part can't touch, okay? Third trimester, aka late term, right? That's when the state can involve itself, and there are limits, right? So it's life of the mother, that type of thing. I mean, I can tell you that generally that this isn't a matter of like in practical terms, women are not waiting that fucking long if they don't want the if they don't want to give birth. They're not waiting that long. When you get to that point in the pregnancy, it was wanted, and something terrible happened, right? And the truth is that Roe was the sensible ruling. It was saying that, yeah, first 2 trimesters, the government can't fuck with it, leave people alone. Third trimester, that's when, hey, you got to have limits on whatever it is. That was Roe. Most people in America are good with that. Most people have that belief. Because, and to put it another way, the first 2 trimesters, aka viability, that's the cutoff. Because the pregnancy is not viable before the 3rd trimester, generally. So that's the cutoff. That's the delineation.
Okay,
and most people are on board with that.
So what I've been misled to believe is that people are having abortions past 9 weeks of pregnancy, when the fetus has arms, legs, heartbeat, and all. When they're going in there and pulling out pieces of a baby. That's what I've seen / heard, and I want to know, is that true?
You mean?
Hold
you
on, wait.
mean-
I'm sorry. I missed that. Can you repeat what you just said again? Because I genuinely missed it.
I want to correct something. You mean 9 months?
No, I've heard 6 months or 6 weeks. Like, I've watched multiple videos about
That's
that.
not that 9 week. If you think that that's what's happening, if you think that that's where a fetus is at 9 weeks, I think you may need to.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Where did you see this, Wyatt?
I've just seen it. Like, I've been like not researching, but like when I'm scrolling, I see it all the time.
Scrolling on TikTok. Like, where are you scrolling, honey?
TikTok, Instagram.
Okay.
all of them.
Therein lies our problem, right there. Okay. You're young. Okay. And I'm gonna gentle parent you through this, because quite frankly, the debate space is tired of talking about women's abortion rights, and I know Matt doesn't want to turn it into that. But I feel like, listen, you're young, you want the knowledge. TikTok is not the place to get your knowledge. Let's start there, especially when it comes to the female anatomy and reproduction. Something that's very important I needed you to understand is that since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, ABs have only gone up. I don't know if you're aware of that, but ever since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortions have increased, not decreased. And what Matt tried to tell you when you first came up was that because you're young, and it's not your fault, you're young, you're a young dude, it's not your fault, it's not an insult, it's not a slam. But because you are young, you just don't have this knowledge. And the kind of knowledge that we could very easily drop on your head would take a couple of hours. Quite frankly, I don't think anyone wants to do that. What I would suggest to you as a woman is please don't research medical things on TikTok. Don't use WebMD. Please look up actual medical resources. The first thing you should do is understand how a woman's body functions. Like, I'm talking down to all of the parts, the different kinds of miscarriages, the different kinds of abortions. There are medical abortions and chemical abortions. There are all kinds of things that's very nuanced. But before you allow yourself to form whatever opinion you think you have on this issue, please get more education about it, because right now you are wildly clueless.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And just so you're aware, that's 9 weeks right there. And the size of that at 9 weeks is going to be about this.
It's like a tadpole.
It's about and that's speaking as a father who has a kid who's turning 10 years. God damn it, 10 years old next month. Fuck. God damn it, 10 years old next month. Jesus Christ. And then you go through the stages of development when you do this, and your OBGYN when you go in for your appointments with your partner, because you should go to every appointment with your partner, FYI. Go to every appointment with your partner. They will Yeah, fog and fire. I know, small, even smaller than that. I know. I'm just like maybe like this. I'm really just guessing. It's really fucking small. Um, but uh, when you go in, you'll learn about the stages of development and just how small it is. Just how small it is up until a certain point. I also want to say, I normally don't read these in the middle of while we're talking, but thank you to Haley on the Blue app. Haley said, I needed a life saving D and C 6 days after a live, healthy childbirth from postpartum hemorrhaging / retained placenta, and probably would have died if it was post Roe. I'm in Tennessee.
Very true. The what Matt was trying to tell you, I myself, I had a miscarriage several years ago. There's a medication, depending on the exact circumstances, but it's called mifepristone, and they're trying to outlaw that. Without that medication, I would have lost my life. So, White, I'm going to follow you because I don't want this. I don't want Matt's life to turn into a whole abortion thing. We'll spend hours up here, and nobody wants that. But I would like you to DM me. I would like to give you some actual resources to help educate you, because I this is what we do. We do like educating, but we're just exhausted with the abortion conversation. But if you genuinely want to learn and educate yourself, I am more than happy to help you with that. And you can maybe from time to time, if I'm live, if you want to come ask questions, fine. But like, if you really care, you should know like how this works, because one day it's going to affect, if you plan on having children, this will affect you too. So you should educate yourself. I give you props for coming up here and asking the questions.
Yes, man. That's all I want to do is I want to be educated. I want to learn. I don't want to just base my opinion on what I've been told.
That's great. As I think all of the women in here would thank you for that, because we, like I said, we are tired of we're tired of debating it, but we're not
Like,
going to be.
I don't want to debate it.
Right.
But
No,
I want to learn
yeah,
what
I
it
was going to
is.
say, I can tell you're not trying to debate, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But I think we should let Matt have his platform. Maybe if you wanted to pick another topic that wasn't AB, that's all fine and good. But like I said, I followed you. So if you ever have questions, you can DM me, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Chris. We love you. Thanks, friend. Wyatt, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Caller, hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, hello.
Caller, I'm sorry. Caller, hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, but I saw one thing that...
Caller, hi. Hello. I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're not a Trump supporter. Is that correct?
Yes, but I came here because
we're just talking to Trump supporters right now, friend. Okay? So, but we appreciate you.
It's because of the Lebanese flag.
Okay. What about it?
Why do you have the Lebanese flag?
Are you not? So you're not a Trump supporter, right?
Well, I support him more than Kamala.
I'm going to put you on a brief hold. Wyatt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna say is that maybe we can have you maybe since you're for the most part, I think that you're really not, since you're really not supporting Trump in the other facets, and this might be an area where maybe we need to do some more research. We need to learn a little bit more about it. Maybe this is something we could circle back around on. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to take take Twista up on her offer, because she's a very knowledgeable person, and it would be and it's not so often that someone is willing to help. It's not a bad idea.
That's exactly what I was going to do after I got off of here. I was going to DM her and ask her questions and figure out what I need to learn about.
Okay, I appreciate that, Wyatt, and like I said, we'll all give you kudos for being willing to learn and wanting to ask questions. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that.
You don't have to be.
I'm sorry for seeming like I was a bad person, but I wasn't trying to be.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be sorry. You're all right. You're all right, kid. You're all right. Okay.
All
right. Hey, you have a good rest of your night, and it's okay. It's okay to learn things and to move forward. All right, bud?
That's all I want to do is learn. Thank you.
You're doing all right. You're doing the right thing, and we'll talk to you another time, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care, bud.
Bye.
Let's get some W's for Wyatt. We appreciate that. All right. Okay, caller. So you said,
Yeah.
yes, they do, Erica. Caller, you said that you supported Trump more than Kamala. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you? And what state are you in?
I am 18, but I am not American.
Okay. What are you?
I'm Lebanese.
Okay. Are you from Lebanon? You live in Lebanon now?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. That's one.
Oh.
What part of the country do you live in?
The North region, you know?
Oh, really? Yeah. Really? Where in the north? I've been all over the north. I've been to Zgrata. I've been to Aito. I've been Tripoli. I've been all over. Where have you been? Where are you?
Next to Tripoli, but Pshare, you know?
Oh, Bishara. Yeah, I've been to Bishara. Beautiful up there. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hmm.
You know the Lebanese
my
people,
family is from my family. Well, my dad's family is from the Shuf. So.
okay, the Shuf and Ale region.
From the further for a little bit further down where the Cedar Reserve is that way.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. So you know the Lebanese are against the pride, right? But
That they're what?
they're against LGBT, right?
No, they're not.
Kind of.
No, they're not. And what you're doing right now is you're completely misrepresenting what Lebanese people are about. And it really, honestly, if you're gonna do this, then I know that you're not really Lebanese, and you've also never spent any time in Beirut, and you haven't gone to a bunch of the gay and lesbian friendly nightclubs that are in Beirut. We literally just had this conversation with somebody the other night. In fact, I can even pull up, like right now on the internet, I could pull up pictures and show you which ones they are. In fact, my cousin's brother-in-law owns one of those clubs. Like I could show it to you. So like you just don't know what you're talking about.
No, like a lot of people, like for example, a lot of heavily religious people, which is
Yeah, I
most
know.
of Lebanon.
And it just like, yeah, a lot of heavily religious people don't like gay people, just like here in the United States. Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
Good job, bud. You figured it out. It's not that Lebanese people don't like gay people. It's that heavily religious people don't like gay people. Good job. Thanks.
Mota, don't be passive aggressive with me. You
I'm
can
not
be
being
nice.
I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm pointing out the problem with the phrase that you said. You said Lebanese people don't like gay people. You're wrong. It's that heavily religious people don't like gay people. That's the problem.
You're telling me that if I go to my neighbor and I ask him if he likes gay people, he'll say yes.
Ask your neighbor if he is incredibly religious. If he's Maronite and he's super, super Catholic and he follows the Pope, then he's probably going to say, well, I don't mind gay people, but I think it's a sin if they do anything. And so they're going to go to hell. Or if he's a Muslim, then there's a good chance that he also believes something close to that, because religion dictates those views, not nationality. You understand the difference?
My neighbor, he's an atheist.
Okay,
Wait.
great.
Wait, I'm gonna go to him.
No, I'm good, bro. I don't need you to. I don't. We're not doing a. This isn't a like survey Lebanese people time, bud. So, anyways, I appreciate you calling in, but this isn't really what we're doing here. Anyways, I'm not doing this. I don't
He's
care.
trying to do like a on the street interview over the phone.
Yeah.
Like 4 layers deep of abstraction. The hell?
Yeah. I don't. We all know that. Very religious. There's a lot of very religious people in Lebanon. You'll get no argument from me. I know a lot of them. Of course. You also know a lot of very religious people. A lot of you guys do. You guys live in areas that are full of very religious people. They hate gay people too. That's not a Lebanon thing or a United States thing. It's a everywhere thing, unfortunately. That's fucking terrible. But that's religion for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience in Georgia, where I grew up, if I were to go and ask some random person in the area that I grew up if they are cool with gay people, I mean, it's a bit of like a 50-50 situation. You might have better odds if they're on the younger side, but it's more than likely it's going to be 50-50. Now change that from Bumblefuck, Georgia to Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta is home to one of the biggest pride things in the South.
Exactly. Just depends on where you are. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? I'm just going to have one. Cool story. Guys, we appreciate you being here on Monday night. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Thank you to our friend Wesley over on the tube. Wesley said, caller was trying to poll his neighbors like his neighbors are a good representation of the whole country. What a fool. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. He's like, my neighbor's an atheist. I'm like, anecdotal shit it just doesn't make any sense. Also, thank you to Wesley. Hi, Matt and Nemo. Chad, I want to remind you to buy your Mad Matt mugs and shirts. Proceeds go to the Victory Fund in Charlie Kirk's memory. FTPA. Okay. That's number one in the link tree. But beyond that, which, by the way, we absolutely would like you guys to do that. It's great support. And real quick, thank you to Emma. Emma got a mug earlier. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate that. But beyond that, Nemo and I both have links in our bios, and if you would like to support either of us, you'd like to have a message to read off, just like that one I read off earlier. You'd like to have Nemo read something off. That's how you do it. It's a great way to do it. It's a great way to support each of us. We try to put in a lot of time, a lot of research, and do a lot for you guys. So if you find it and you'd like to support, we appreciate that. Also, is it that Emma? Is it that Emma? Huh? And we got the same. Let's see. Hi, thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello, thank you for calling the stream.
Gay, woke, liberal.
Wow. Poor dude. I remember when my voice hadn't cracked yet.
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello?
That's a child, too. All right. Well, get rid of both of those. And it's done. There we go. We did it. So, our links are in our bios over here. You can find the link tree. So however you'd like to contribute, if it's a blue app, green app, the PP, whatever. So like I said, Nemo's bio, link tree, my bio, link tree. If you'd like to get the shirts or the mug, number one in my link tree. If you're over on the tube, right down there in the description, you can find our link trees. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to Nemo over on YouTube. We're trying to get him up to 1,000 subscribers. Please subscribe also to me if you're not already. It's real easy for me. But if you're looking for Nemo's, his @ is right down here. It's right down in the description of the tube. Or if you're over here on TikTok, you can find his @ in the link tree in his bio. It's real easy, guys. And it would mean a lot to us if you would help out and do that. Thank you, Pixie. Thank you for doing that for Nemo. That brings up another great point. I do appreciate you guys helping me out with the gift goal, but do as much as you can to equalize that for Nemo, because it really helps push us out to the FYP. We can help get more guests, keep the traffic going. Also just means you're a good person. You're a mensch. So keep it going. Hey Matt, the grunt guy wants to debate you so much. The grunt guy?
Yeah, I saw him talking in the chat. Come up, Grunt.
Yeah, come on up. It's real easy. You just hit the thing.
I mean, if you call yourself grunt, I'm assuming that's a reference to the military, specifically the Marines, and I was always told the Marines have balls. So
Oh, that's funny. Oh man. Oh boy. Did he really? He fell asleep.
colors that never run, something like that.
What's that?
Colors that never run, that whole
Oh yeah,
thing.
exactly. The entire thing. Wait here. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, Crystal. All right. Got it. Okay, real quick, since we have a second. Apparently, Don Snorleone, because that's I honestly that's my favorite. That's my favorite one. Here's Don Snorleone sleeping during Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Nope, back to sleep. Oh no. He's like no.
Damn.
I don't know who that is next to him. I can't tell. I was curious who it was too, but I can't tell. Honestly, Don Snorleone is my favorite nickname since Roldemort. I think Roldemort is my other favorite one. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I am 21 years old, and I voted in Georgia.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, why do you still support Donald Trump as of June 2026?
All right. So the reason why I called in is to explain that I support Donald Trump. I will support Donald Trump and his endorsement in the next presidential election.
I know you said already that you support Donald Trump. My question was, why do you still support him right now? What is he doing that you support?
Yeah, okay. So in terms of the presidency, right, I'm a Christian, right? So when it comes to politics, as a Christian, I do not inherently lie within either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I lie within the Christian, well, as an Orthodox Christian, or I lie in my church's
Orthodox
teaching,
Christian?
right? Yes.
And he's from Georgia, Nemo. This is all you.
When in the hell did you convert to Orthodox Christianity?
I converted to Orthodox Christianity about 3 years ago.
What were you before that?
I was Southern Baptist.
What made you change?
Well, Southern Baptist doesn't have a lot of emphasis on theology or the reason behind faith. So I decided to research on my own, and I found that I wanted to be a member of either the Catholic or the Orthodox Church because they fall within the tradition of the original church, right? So
Wait, hold
out
on.
of
Can I
those
just
two,
can I just clarify? Just real quick. I'll let you guys. I just want to clarify one because just for my own edification. Which Orthodox church are you a member of?
I'm Greek Orthodox.
Greek. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you Greek?
I'm not Greek.
Seems like an odd
Why?
thing to. All right.
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm specific, I'm Eastern Orthodox, right? The church I go to is Greek Orthodox, and the only difference between
Eastern Orthodox.
So Greek Orthodox is just a version of Eastern Orthodox, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
and
starting
the
to see a
Greek is
pattern
just
here.
because that. Oh, okay. Well,
So,
the Greek
so
is just the
what made
heritage
you
of the
pick?
people who
What
are in the
made you
church.
pick Eastern Orthodox over Catholicism?
Well, it goes back to the Great Schism of 1054, when Catholicism separated itself from Orthodoxy because they believed in the power of the Pope. They believed that he was the only patriarch who had any say, who had any non-fallible say in the theological teachings at the time.
Doesn't Eastern Orthodox have patriarchs?
Yeah.
It's
What?
typically by nation, right?
Yeah, well, back in the early days of Christianity, before 1054, there were essentially 5 nations of Christianity, each with its own patriarch. And the Catholic Church had its own, which today is known as the Pope by Catholics, right? And Rome, what they did, basically they said, our patriarch should be number one. So they kind of separated off and then became Catholics.
No, they didn't. They didn't separate off. It was the fact that there was always just kind of intended within the church to be one. Also, you're leaving out the entire iconography part of the schism, but that's neither here. We're really not here to
Yeah,
talk.
there's
Yeah, I mean
obviously,
that's yeah. We're really not
yeah,
here to
there's
talk
more
about.
parts of the schism than
Yeah,
what I'm
we're really
talking
not
about.
here to talk about this. This is an entire other fucking thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as
Yeah.
like your religious motivation, or
Mhm.
back to your original point about you're not inherently in a left or right wing uh, political ideology, you're in a Christian ideology, or as far as your political um, flavor.
Mhm.
What about MAGA gives, or I guess, jives with Christian ideology?
Yeah, okay. So in America, we have a winner take all system where whoever wins the certain amount of electoral votes takes the presidency, right? So it's either in our system, which is essentially a two-party system now between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the one who had fell more within the Christian values was Donald Trump, and still is Donald Trump.
Please tell me how.
Well, for example, Kamala Harris does not support Christianity, and
Her
Donald
name's
Trump.
Kamala.
Um,
If you can't say Kamala, then just call her Harris.
yeah, okay. Well, yeah, she does not support Christianity, and Donald Trump outwardly
She was
does.
Christian.
Yeah, but in her she doesn't outwardly support that in her policymaking.
She does though.
In what policies?
So before I go down that little rabbit hole, I would like for
Hmm.
you to substantiate the claim that Donald Trump's policies are outwardly Christian.
Yeah, well, obviously we have the First Amendment, and we have the
First
Establishment
Amendment is the
Clause, where we can't
Constitution.
specifically. Yes, we have the First Amendment of the Constitution in this country, where we have the Establishment Clause, right? And that means that the government cannot specifically endorse a certain religion because it's against the founding fathers' beliefs. So
Right.
within those bounds, Donald Trump has done his best to essentially support the Christians that are going through any hardships, because
Many hardships in this country where every single president has been a Christian.
oh, that's just not true. Like Thomas Jefferson was
Oh,
a
it's
deist.
not true? Name the president
No,
that has not been Christian.
Thomas Jefferson was a deist.
Well done.
He is not Christian, and he was a president.
Indeed. So was Madison.
So we
How
really.
about in the last 150
I was
years?
gonna say we gotta really like. It's a stretch.
Yeah, exactly. So this country is, well, a majority of Americans, or actually not a majority, but about 40% of Americans technically identify as Christian. But to be a Christian, one of the sacraments of Christianity is going to church. And
Oh, this is
less
a no true
than,
Scotsman fallacy.
oh,
Stop
can you
playing the
explain?
game.
Now, can you explain real quick?
Yeah, I will if you stop playing the game.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't know what a no true Scotsman fallacy is?
Well, can you explain how I was using that?
You're basically applying random criteria to determine what is and is not a quote unquote real Christian, right? So real
Okay,
Christians go
well,
to
I'm
church.
not. This isn't random criteria. This is a sacrament of the church, right?
Sacrament
So
of the
this
church.
is
Is
the
this laid out in the
only.
Bible anywhere?
It's laid out in
No.
the ecumenical councils.
I don't care about the councils. I care about the word, right? So I care about what's in the Bible,
Yeah. So in
right?
the
Because
in the word, in the
that tends to
word.
be the word of God, right? So
Yeah. So do you, in the
specifically,
ecumenical
since you're a
councils,
Christian,
right?
hold on. Since you're a Christian,
Yeah. Okay.
you put much more value on the New Testament, right? And depending on who you are, you will cherry pick the Old Testament, but lots of value on the New Testament. Okay. In the New
hmm
Testament, does it not say something to the effect of where there are two or three among you, I am present, or something close to that?
I don't know. You'd have to give me a verse. What could you say that again?
Something along the lines of where there are two or three that believe I am among you. I'll find it.
No. I understand what you're saying, and I believe there is something in the New Testament similar to that. Yeah. Well,
Is going to church one of the sacraments of the Eastern Rite? Because it's definitely not a sacrament in the Catholic Church. Just FYI.
yeah. We have different sacraments in both churches.
Weird.
Yeah, they're different religions. Yeah.
They're really not all that. They're actually incredibly similar.
They
Found it.
are incredibly similar. Yeah. Can you give me the verse?
Matthew
What's the name of
18:20.
the verse?
For where two or
18:20.
three gather in my name, there I am with them. New Testament. In fact, I believe that is Jesus talking literally. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because if
Okay.
that's in red, then that's the extra special part.
Okay. Well, also Jesus is with every single person as well. You know, and when two or three gather in my name, yes, and that could be considered church. You know, like
Yeah.
you have some churches in
So
small
then the
countries.
idea of some
You
type
know,
of sacrament or whatever is irrelevant, right? Because Jesus himself said that if two or three gather in my name, I am among you. Now you just said that he's with everybody, so I mean it doesn't even have to be two at that point. But nonetheless, a sacrament's not required.
yeah. Although it's not a prerequisite to get to heaven. The ecumenical councils have told us that it is incredibly important to follow all the sacraments if possible. The key is if possible. If you are in an area where you can only gather with
You can't
maybe just
there,
yourself,
but you
one or
can't,
two
but
other
you
people.
can't follow all the sacraments. It's literally impossible, oftentimes, to follow all the sacraments because two of the sacraments
that's if possible.
No, because literally two of the sacraments directly contradict each other. Which two contradict each other?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
Holy orders and matrimony.
Uh-huh.
So what you're saying doesn't make sense because you can't do both of those. You can't do holy orders and matrimony. It's one or the other. You can't do your holy orders. What?
Actually, so listen. So in the Orthodox faith, it's actually different than Catholics in this perspective. Listen. It actually is because you can actually get married and then become a priest. Sorry. You can get married and then become a priest. In the Catholic Church, you can't do that. But in the Eastern Orthodox faith, you can.
I understand that there are some limited exceptions. My point being,
That's not an exception. That's just a thing that happens. All of my church fathers are married.
For people that are asking, what is the clicking noise? That's him still playing the game because he's cringe. So again, dude, what this idea that you must go to the church, right? So if you don't go to the church, you're not a real Christian, right?
That's not what I said, but I said if possible, you should go to church as much as possible.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right.
And if you don't, you're not a real Christian.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh. So then what's the point?
Well, everybody sins, going to church, skipping church is a sin. Everybody does it. Some of the most devoted people I know aren't there every single week, every single year, every single decade of their life.
Yeah. When's the last time Donald Trump went to church?
That's why you have to go. That's why you have to go to church to go to.
Yeah. When's the last time that Donald Trump went to church?
I don't know. I'm not like his personal.
What if I told you that he doesn't?
I wouldn't be all surprised, but does Harris go to church?
Yes.
Does she really?
She also attends a regular Bible study and can quote the Bible. Have you ever heard Donald Trump quote the Bible when asked about his favorite Bible verse?
I know the clip you're talking about. Yeah.
No, not a clip. There's multiple clips where he's been asked about the Bible, and he can't talk about it. So he's literally the definition of a fake Christian. Right. I mean,
not being able to quote a verse.
Hold on. No. Not being able to quote a Bible verse off the top of your head doesn't make you. I'm not saying that necessarily makes you a Christian. Not being able to discuss anything in the Bible, not going to church, not knowing anything about the religion, and then having all of your policies modeled directly against what Christians believe and what Jesus Christ taught, that's what makes you not a Christian.
Well, are you claiming that? I'll get to the Trump part, but are you claiming Kamala is more of a Christian than Donald Trump?
Kamala, or you can call her Harris.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
And we're not even talking about Kamala Harris right now. We're just talking about Donald Trump because it's really easy. And by the way, just real quick, because I think this is great for everyone else who maybe hasn't seen this, so we're just gonna pop this in real quick. It's 45 seconds.
You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
Can't even pick Old or New Testament.
Damn.
Like can't cite a verse. I mean, I limp my way through verses, and I'm not a Christian, but I limp my way through verses. Okay, so that's not a thing. Not being able to pick between the Old or New Testament as a Christian, like there is one correct answer. Christian.
Wait, hold on. Can I just ask you real quick? Why do you think there is one correct answer to that?
Because one involves Jesus.
They both do. There's prophecies
and the faith is Christian. It's in the name. Especially because Jesus does quite a bit of overturning of Old Testament doctrine. But again,
and he also
you have that. Donald Trump clearly not familiar at all with the Bible. Also, you said that you can't cite, you wouldn't be able to cite verses. That's fine. Can you tell me?
Well, like I can cite a verse.
Okay, cool. But
like,
nonetheless, you're more of a Christian than Donald Trump is then. So the book Corinthians, it's broken up into two parts. What are they?
1st and 2nd Corinthians.
Excellent.
Is that what
Matt, could you please play the second clip for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I asked Jerry and I asked some of the folks, because I hear this is a major theme right here, but 2 Corinthians, right? 2 Corinthians 3:17. That's the whole ball game.
2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians. And to be clear, he said it multiple times, so it's not that he fucked up on just, I was reading fast, I fucked up, and he corrected himself. No, he just said 2 Corinthians, and he just, stuck with it. Now, even the most church neglectful Christian, I mean, fuck, even people who are just, were raised in Christian households but didn't really go to church at all and just kind of consider themselves, vaguely spiritual or whatever. Most people, when they see 2 Corinthians, know that it's read as 2nd Corinthians. You don't have to be a fucking pastor to know that it's 2nd Corinthians. You, while playing your game, are able to remember it's 2nd Corinthians. But Donald Trump, a man who you say outwardly Christian policies and stuff, can't pick a verse, can't pick a book, can't pick and can't properly read the title of one of the books of the Bible. That's this guy. Now, again, outwardly Christian policies here. You didn't give me any. What is it that Donald Trump, because that was your phrasing, was outwardly Christian?
Yeah, well, when it comes to, because again, we have the two-party system where it's one or the other, I mean,
you're not answering my question.
No, listen. You talk, yeah, all right, I'll give you a straight-up answer right now. Donald Trump supports pro-life policies, which align with the Christian values of every single person has value.
I knew. Why?
It's so predictable.
Why did we have to go through all of that just for you to say that you're fucking pro-life and that's Jesus fucking Christ?
Did you know that the Bible is not pro-life?
The Bible is absolutely pro-life.
Oh, okay. Do you know what Numbers is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a book in the Bible.
Yep. Numbers chapter 5. Literally the entire chapter talks about a certain thing that you do, right? That thing is inducing a miscarriage. Now, I'm going to read a specific verse from Numbers chapter 5 because it captures all of it in one nice little verse. But you can literally read the entire chapter and it goes through the steps. So, Numbers chapter 5, verse 27, okay? If she has made herself impure and been unfaithful to her husband, this will be the result. When she is made to drink the water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering, it will enter her, her abdomen will swell, and her womb will miscarry. So the Bible doesn't really have a problem with inducing miscarriages. Oh, what is that? An abortion.
Wait, could you name the verse one more time so I can read it for myself?
Yes, it's Numbers chapter 5, verse 27. Are you looking it up now?
27. I am looking it up right now.
Isn't it 5? Isn't it? It's like 11 through 27 is the whole thing, right? Is that what it is? Yeah.
11 through 27.
Yeah. Well, it's 11 through. I think it finishes at like 31, but it's 30. There's a lot of like repeating and stuff.
Yeah, there is. I just was saying if you want the whole context, because what Nemo read is the very important part. But if you want the whole context, it's very much laid out. Like that's exactly what it is, right? This isn't just some like random thing. It's no. This is that's how you would induce an abortion, because if your wife's cheating on you, get rid of that thing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is like a commonly brought up passage in terms of like pro-life Christian debates. I mean,
Is that what the AI summary is telling you? Because you sure as fuck didn't know what I was talking about until I read it off to you.
God damn, dude. This is not a good look. This is not good for you. Like, not good.
I mean, I literally have my Bible in front of me right now. I'm not using AI.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to tell me how it's okay there, but it doesn't actually mean, hey, we want to induce abortions?
I mean, the verse isn't about abortion. It's about the woman's faithfulness, right? When we talk about
her
the
faithfulness.
Bible, exactly.
What happens if she's
wasn't
unfaithful?
written in English. It's still human decision at the end of the day.
Right.
Yeah.
What happens if she is unfaithful?
I mean, any punishment coming from God rather than a human decision to end a pregnancy. I mean, it just doesn't happen, it's just human decision.
Well, I mean, to be clear, the all of Numbers chapter 5 describes a ritual that is performed by humans, right? And then God comes in when it's like, well, did this actually happen? So I mean, at that point, if we're saying, well, humans are involved in a practice and God is the one that makes it happen, well, fuck, at that point, it's like, well, your doctor prescribed you mifepristone and then you took it and then something happened. Like, okay, well, that's what God wanted.
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like God is okay with abortions.
No, not exactly. Not
no.
Not at all.
Why does he say it then?
Because God, he's giving a divine judgment. And
yeah, that's what's happening.
For an adulterer, it's not about the pregnancy. Okay. It's about the sin of
So what you're telling me is that God's okay with abortions as long as the reason is that the mother's a bitch? Is that what it is?
No, not at all.
No, that's what you just said. Is like, well, if she's an adulterer, then God's okay with the abortion.
No, so listen, the problem is that she committed the sin of adultery, right?
Right, and you're saying that God is okay with an abortion in that situation.
Whatever happens next is human sin.
Well, whatever happens next is God's divine judgment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me God's okay with that?
No, as far
no,
as
he's not okay with his own judgment.
Giving abortions to women aren't God.
He's not okay with his own judgment. Is he doubting himself now? Has he got like confidence problems?
As far as I can tell, the doctors who are giving the abortions aren't God.
Right, kind of like the priest in Numbers chapter 5 isn't God whenever he hands this potion to a woman.
Yeah, priests are people, they sin.
Priests are people, they sin. Okay, cool. What's your point?
I mean, there's issues with people. I mean, people sin all the time. That doesn't mean that God is now a fan of killing people.
Well, I mean, I don't know why there would be a step-by-step direction here on how to do a sin.
Also, God is a big fan of killing people.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just like...
Yeah, not innocent babies, obviously.
There were definitely a lot of babies in the flood.
Tons.
Not to mention the firstborn.
Yeah. Children. Ever heard of Passover? What's Passover? Why is it called Passover?
You got to talk about the New Testament.
Why is it?
Now he retreats to New Testament.
Got it.
Awesome.
By the way, I just want you to know, I just threw into ChatGPT an explanation for Numbers 5:11. It's weird. It gave me almost exactly what you said there. That's funny. Just a weird coincidence how it said exactly what you said to us. So strange. Anyways,
it's almost like strong arguments exist.
Well, I mean, this is almost a straw man because, caller, do you remember whenever you were asking, why would you pick between the Old and New Testament? And I said, because you're a Christian. And you were like, but I don't know. Do you want to know why I said the New Testament?
Because it's the gospel.
Yes, it's what you retreat to when the Old Testament is inconvenient, like right now.
Yeah, it's what makes Christians unique.
Yeah, you agree. That's exactly what you're doing. That's why it's the New Testament. That's why it's the New Testament.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be Christians without the Old Testament either.
Oh, okay, cool. So then Numbers chapter 5 is good. So Numbers chapter 5 is good.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's good?
It step-by-step direction on abortions.
I mean, people call it abortion, but the passage never says that the baby is killed directly because of God, you know? The problem was the sin of adultery.
Time out. Who is directing the bitter waters? Who's directing the ceremony? Who does it?
I don't know.
I'll give you a hint.
Hold on.
You don't have to read it. It's fine. I know it by heart. It's a priest.
Oh, okay.
Who is a priest on earth?
Mm-hmm.
Who's a priest?
Someone ordained by the church.
Well, but
not
just someone ordained by the church to read a sermon. If you're part of the Orthodox Church or if you were part of the Catholic Church, this I'm 100% positive they have the exact same view on. A priest is God's representative on earth. Are they not? Because if they're not God's representative on earth, they can't absolve you of your sin when you go to confession. They cannot hand you the Eucharist. Right? They can't give you last rites if you're sick and dying. They are God's representative on earth. I grew up very, very Catholic. I almost became a priest. I know a lot about this. And I know in the Orthodox Church it's the same because you guys have the same sacraments basically that we do. So, because of that, we're talking about, and in the Old Testament, even though this was a different time, the concept was the same. This is a representative of God on earth. That's the person who is doing the ceremony. It's God.
Also, in Numbers chapter 5, literally the very first verse, Numbers chapter 5, verse, of the ones that we were talking about. So verse 11. So Numbers chapter 5, verse 11, it starts this entire thing about the test of the unfaithful wife. Then the Lord said to Moses, everything following that is what the Lord said to Moses. Okay? So God literally told Moses, hey, Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them step-by-step directions on how to do an abortion. So God is literally saying, Moses, I am commanding you to tell the Israelites to do this. So God is literally saying, do this. And if this condition occurs, then this action occurs. If unfaithful, knocked up, then abortion.
Yeah, but you're talking about Moses. You're talking about the Old Testament.
No, I'm talking about what God said to Moses.
Yeah.
Here, let me read it off slowly. Then the Lord said to Moses, not what Moses said, what the Lord said to Moses.
Mm-hmm. Could you tell me where that is so I can read it?
I thought you had your Bible open.
Yeah, I do. Where could you tell me where it is?
It's in Numbers chapter 5. It's not a very long chapter, dude.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about this. I didn't know you were talking about the same thing. I thought we moved to something else. My fault.
Yeah, Numbers chapter 5, verse 11.
Mm-hmm. It's not step-by-step instructions for an abortion.
It's not? Okay, cool. Let's see.
No,
let's see what it is. Okay, I'm going to skip to verse 16 because that's when it becomes step by step. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Step 1. Step 2. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. Okay, so that's step 2. Step 3. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Step 4. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with another man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells and your womb miscarries. The woman is to say, amen, so be it. That is step by step.
Yeah, so I have a question. If you follow those instructions...
Wait, you agree that's step by step?
Now with a pregnant woman.
Wait, do you agree that is step by step? Instructions, yes. Instructions. It's almost like a step-by-step guide. Crazy.
It's almost like a story was being told, and they explained how...
A story? A story's being told? Really? If you open up a cookbook, are you reading a fucking story when it's like, this is how you make bread?
Yeah, well, here's the difference. When you make bread out of a cookbook, it works every time. If you did that with a pregnant woman right now, would it work?
It's entirely possible. Yeah. What? What are you talking about, dude? Like, do you think that even in the verse it says that it's not going to work that way every time? Are you okay?
Yeah. So where'd you get the cookbook from? Where does that metaphor come in?
Bro, okay. Do you have the verse in front of you? By the way, which version of the Bible are you using? Because I'll switch mine. Which one? Which do you have?
King James version.
You have a King James. Okay, I'll switch mine over because I'm usually using the NIV, but that's fine. Authorized King James or King James?
Just King James.
Okay, cool. Okay, so.
Yeah, that one's going to be thigh drop. That's the way that it's phrased in the King James version.
That's fun. I like that one. That's a great way. Yeah, so again, starting at 16, so will you read, so let's go. You read, starting at 16, read for us.
And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. I'm just reading the same thing.
Yeah, and so that's step number 1, and then what's step 2?
Yeah.
Take some holy water, put it in the right?
These aren't
that's
steps.
No, they're literally, I'm literally pointing out to you that each fucking verse is a step. Number 1, the priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Number 2, he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. Number 3, after the priest has the woman stand before the Lord, he'll loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings the curse. Step number 4, the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, blah, 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 blah. And then if you've gone her, then that's it. And then number 5, may this water that brings you curse enter your body, the abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. Number 6, the priest is to write these curses on a scroll, then wash them off into the bitter water. Number 7, he shall make the woman drink the bitter water that brings a curse. Number 8, the priest is to take from her hands the grain offering for the jealousy. Number 9, the priest is to then take a handful of the grain offering as a memorial. Number 10, then this is an if then, right? If she has made herself impure and been unfaithful, this will be the result. When she's made to drink the water, it brings a curse, cause bitter suffering, her abdomen will swell and her womb will miscarry. Or,
yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
Or,
as far as I can tell,
if a woman has not made herself impure but is clean, she'll be cleared of guilt and will be able to have children. It's just steps. It is instructions. It is this. You could write this as just instructions for somebody. You could take all of the context out of it in terms of anything religious, priests, wife, this and that. I could write this as instructions for somebody to do and have nothing related to religion. You're really coping. You're really coping like real fucking hard right now, dude. Like you just got to admit it. It's a step-by-step on how to give a woman an abortion.
I mean, all right. This verse, it just describes a ritual where the woman she's tested for adultery, right? And the outcome is presented as God's judgment, right?
What is a ritual?
And it doesn't.
What is a ritual? It's a step-by-step way to do something, right?
That you could say that for literally anything.
No, you can't say that for literally anything. That's specifically what a ritual is. It's a very specific set of steps to do a thing. It's a ritual, and you do it the same way every time.
All right. Well, so it describes a ritual, right, where the woman is tested for adultery. The outcome is God's judgment, right? And then it doesn't specify like any medical act of the termination of a pregnancy. I mean, I don't know if
when you say a medical act of a termination of a pregnancy, like what do you mean by that? Because it does say like, hey, if she's pregnant by someone other than her husband, she drinks this little potion, pregnancy go bye-bye.
I mean, that's just not what it says in the verse.
It does though. How are you arguing anything other than that? Like,
I mean, it just says the belly will swell, and what it says something about.
Well, I mean, you could read it, right? It's in front of you, right? Surely you're not playing the game instead of reading the Word of God, right? Surely that's not what that clicking sound is yet again.
What clicking sound?
I keep hearing a clicking sound with you.
Wait, hold on. Is it this?
No.
Did you hear it that time? No? Okay.
No.
Well,
okay, it doesn't matter. Point is, read it. It's right in front of you.
Yes, it says the belly shall swell and her thigh shall rot.
Yes.
I mean, it's just a curse on the woman's body. I mean, not a procedure done to terminate a pregnancy.
So,
I'm not sure how you jumped there.
The thigh rot, the thigh shall rot, what that is a miscarriage. That's what that means. It's just ye old English. That's what it means. You can also look at later parts in that translation. And so if you go to verse 28, it says, "But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be free and may conceive children." So the thigh rot is...
I mean, so this is where we have a theological difference, right? We have.
How is it theological?
That as something.
No. It's not interpreting, dude. You can look at other translations. Also, as an Orthodox Christian, why are you using the King James Version? Because that's not what Orthodox use.
I mean, that's just the Bible that's in front of me.
Right. So, should we use the Orthodox translation? Hold on. Let's see. What is this?
From the Christian Study Library, the touched thigh or thigh rot, meant to understand infertility or miscarriage, or a terminated pregnancy. Also, in biblical Hebrew, God, say that 10 times fast, the thigh is often a euphemism for the reproductive organs in one's descendants, e.g. coming from the loins. Many scholars interpret the rotting thigh as the symbolic wasting away of the woman's reproductive capability, resulting in barrenness. And the rest of the context, that baby, what happened to it?
Well,
what happened to the fucking fetus that was inside of her when she drank the bitter waters? What does it say in the fucking verse will happen? What will God make happen?
her belly shall swell, and her
And
thoughts will rot.
there you go. She'll miscarry. She'll have a fucking abortion. God will make sure the child is killed. There you go. Good job. You figured it out.
Also, shout out to Ken for this one. He's slipping me little cheat notes over here on theology.
W, Ken.
So Orthodox use the Revised Standard Version, or in this case, it's going to be New Revised Standard Version, right?
Oh.
So, New Revised Standard Version of the Bible, verse 27. Okay, this is the translation. When he has made her drink the water, then, if she has defiled herself and has been unfaithful to her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter her and cause her bitter pain, and her womb shall discharge, her uterus drop, and the woman shall become an execration? I want to say, I keep reading it as excretion, and it's execration, which I'm going to look up that word because that sounds cool. Among her people.
Yeah, execration. I just pulled up the same version and the same. You're right. Execration.
Execration. So, the version that your church, that you converted to because of theology, right? Because you said it was a theological difference that motivated you to convert from baptism from Baptist to Orthodox. Okay, sure. Definitely wasn't just you trying to make this a personality trait because right-wingers love Orthodox. Anyway, so you converting.
Is that true?
Yes.
Is that a thing? Right-wingers love... I didn't
know.
That.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sure you didn't. So, anyway.
No, I didn't know that. I mean,
you a devoted Orthodox Orthodox Christian because you were so motivated in your beliefs with Christianity that you decided to get specific with the denomination and convert. Most Christians that don't practice very heavily are just going to kind of call themselves Christian. They might get specific with it, but they definitely don't convert unless there is some deep philosophical, theological motivation there. So because you are theologically motivated, you converted a few years ago, but didn't update your Bible, which, again, don't know why that happened. If it was a few minutes ago, understandable.
Baptists.
What?
I'm in a house of Southern Baptists, So it's just the Bible that I have in front of me.
Okay, you can buy another Bible.
I mean, I would just use my phone for you guys. I read the Bible on my phone most of the time.
Oh,
and
okay.
I do read it. I do read it.
Well, in that case, it's free. It's free. You can just get the right translation. It's not New King James. It ain't King James. It's Revised Standard. That's what your faith does. So again, your faith that you were theologically motivated to convert to says that this potion is literally about an abortion. It goes a step further. Not only does it end the pregnancy, it then causes the woman to just prolapse her uterus.
Wait.
So not only does it does an abortion, it then sterilizes her.
Also, caller.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
oh my goodness.
caller.
You
also,
guys are totally.
Also, caller. No. Also, caller. I don't normally do this, but thank you to our friend Wesley for the $50 super chat over on the tube. W's all over the place and hearts for Wesley in the chat. Wesley says, I'm an agnostic atheist. I can quote more Bible verses than this guest. I can name all the books of the New Testament and most of the Old. I can say, with more authority than this caller, God is a trans woman. Jesus was a gay man who washed men. W's for Wesley Pillow. 100% correct.
That is
okay.
Actually, to your point about the thigh rot thing and that being a euphemism, so is foot washing. So many biblical scholars believe that foot washing in the Bible is actually a euphemism for something else. And there was an awful lot of foot washing in the Bible. but that's another story.
Yeah, okay. Can I just say you guys were totally right about the checklist thing, real quick? Okay.
The checklist.
Or what was it like? When you guys mentioned the ritual in Acts 5,
Yeah.
you guys were talking about how was
Acts
the
5, it
checklist
was
the
numbers.
word you used?
Numbers.
Or sorry,
It was
yeah,
numbers, dude.
5. Was it the Did you guys say checklist or what did you say? Like instructions?
Step-by-step
Step-by-step,
guide. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my, yeah. Okay. So the woman, the
He's been fed
this
another argument.
ritual determines this woman determine the ritual is to determine if she committed adultery, right? If she actually did commit adultery, this ritual would take place and that would have happened, right? And
if she's committed
there could have
adultery,
possibly been a
number
miscarriage,
one,
right?
she drinks it either way. But
Mhm.
it only does the thing if she has committed adultery.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't know if she committed
Oh,
adultery.
got it.
do
So
we?
you agree?
The verse
Okay, I
never
just
says.
want to. Okay, so just to double. So you agree with abortions if the woman cheated on her husband?
Oh, not at all.
Oh, well then, what's your
The Bible?
What's your, then
The
what's your
Bible
point?
does.
The Bible does, and God does. God says, kill that kid.
Filthy, blaspheming heretic! How dare you?
Jeez, you should probably go to confession on Saturday and tell God that you're sorry for disagreeing with them.
No, I don't disagree in any way. This says if she committed adultery,
yeah,
then
it's okay to have an abortion. Then it's okay to have an abortion. Yeah, that's what it says. Your Bible,
no,
that your
that's
faith,
what would have happened in
if
this
you have
scenario.
defiled yourself and some other man than your husband has had intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among your people when the Lord makes your uterus drop, your womb discharge. Now may this water that brings the curse enter your bowels, make your womb discharge, again, your uterus drop, and the woman shall say, Amen, amen. Because the woman is pleased or saying yes to the abortion happening, apparently. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. They were doing lots of shit back then, but the point being that I don't even think you know what you're arguing at this point, dude. Just take the L. Take the L on this one.
All right, we've been on this call for almost an hour. Can I just finish with one thing real quick?
No. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Oh, that was wild.
The cope. Holy fuck.
Well, it's only if she cheated. That's when it happens, and that's not because God says it's okay. That's because she did it, and God doesn't have control over that. Yeah. So I got a few things that came through related to this. Redacted, thank you. You said, if the congregation would please turn their Bibles to the book of Claude, $19.99 per month. Yeah, that's what homeboy was doing. Thank you, Fletcher, on Venmo. Thank you for the 10. You said, consider this my tithing to the Church of Nemo. We're still. I've gone back and forth on what to call it because some people said Nemonology, some people said Nemology, and then I think another one was Nebonics or Mnemonics. It was mnemonics. Sorry, which I do kind of like mnemonics because it sounds very close to mnemonic.
Mnemonic, yeah.
Yeah. So we gotta sort that one out on what we call the practitioners.
Nemonomicron.
Ooh, I do like that one. Orthodox Nemanity.
Do you have any others? I have a couple also.
Yeah, I got one more. Tammy, thank you for the Venmo. You said Bitter Waters is essentially like current day methylprestone, right? So what's interesting This is actual history. So there's a lot of speculation on what the dust of the tabernacle is in reference to, because like the dust of the tabernacle, and this is biblical scholars speculation, right? So the dust, it's not literally just dust, right? It's generally the idea is that things would be burnt in a church, and so that dust could be like the ash of something that was burnt. Now, again, still speculation on this. There was this plant that was farmed to extinction, literally so heavily farmed by the Greeks, the Romans, that whole area, so heavily farmed by them that it went extinct because they couldn't cultivate enough of it. But we know that it existed because they put it on their money. They put this plant on their money. They talked about this plant, and they talked about the uses of this plant. The plant was called silphium, silphium, silphium. Okay. Now, silphium was essentially a plant that was basically birth control. Like if you, I can't remember exactly how if you had to like put it on something or just consume it, but it acted as birth control. It also acted as an abortifacient. So like it did act as something that can induce an abortion. So the Romans, the Greeks, and the people around those areas, they fucking loved it, right? Because, they got it on a lot. And this was a thing. Silphium, there's speculation on what family of plant it belongs to. They have it pretty well narrowed down. There is speculation that it might still have survived somewhere in remote parts of like Turkey. But yeah, the speculation, at least one theory amongst biblical scholars, is that the dust of the tabernacle floor is a reference to an abortifacient like silphium.
I love shit like that. I love shit like that. I also love the fact that I also looked that I was like I want to find out what the fuck this is. I have a few also. You guys, thank you once again. Thank you to our friend Wesley for that generosity. Appreciate that. Thank you. Wesley again says thank you to Godzilla God King for dubbing it the quote Trump slump. Trump cannot stay awake. That's how we know he won't last much longer. Thank you to our friend NR Milford for the $10 super chat. Says, hi, Matt. The I've Had It podcast had a great interview with Sam Sater today. All right. Check it out when you have time. I've Had It podcast. Okay. I've had it. Thank you, friend. This is exciting news. Exciting. The I've Had It podcast. Wesley, once again, with the $5 super chat, says, wherever one or more of you gather in my name, I am there. I mean, yeah, you know what's up. Wesley says, sorry I grew up with the NIV. Yeah, me too. Also, the King James, just with its fucking old school doth, lest you double that fucking old English language. Like, oh, get the fuck out of here. Like, I can't with it.
Yeah, it's really hard to read and to like understand. But if you're like citing a verse to sound, profound or epic or whatever, it does go hard.
I mean, it does. It affects. I mean, if you're gonna do it like that's like a Ezekiel 17:25, like that's exactly, where you would get, and I will rain my vengeance down upon thee. Like that's where you get language like that. So to be fair, Godzilla God King, thank you for the 5. Says caller son, stop playing Call of Duty and time to call on deity because you ain't performing well, Mister. Heyo, I like that one. Very good, Mr. Melvin. Thank you, Mr. Melvin. Says, to quote a great philosopher, dude, you really suck at this. Oh, that's me. Thanks. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. Joel says, Trump cursed the Knicks by showing up to the game, LMAO. Apparently they lost. I didn't see, but apparently they lost. Everyone's been texting me. Wesley says, amen means so be it. Yes, so be it. Yes, thank you. And then Taffy said, obligatory Satan is Lord song. Oh yeah, you know what we do. We really should have got that. I need that on the I need that back on the soundboard. I had the audio clipped and ready to go. I got to put it back. And then also need to say real quick. So I told you Emma got a mug. Taffy, our friend Taffy got a mug, and our friend Kelly got a mug. Thank you to you guys. And then also redacted. Thank you. On the Blue app, it says, "Would people be ethnically Nemish or religiously Nemish?" Nemish. That's there's that. And then also Tammy, thank you for the 5. Tammy did want to ask this question. I didn't get around to working it in. Trump is the biggest sinner, but because you think he's pro-life, you're willing to overlook the fact that he's a rapist, adulterer, P3DO, liar, and felon. I mean, that would have been the really good, question. That kid just wasn't gonna break out of that thing that we were doing. That conversation was there was no chance.
He successfully pigeonholed it into arguing about the Bible instead of explaining how Trump's policies were outwardly Christian.
Yeah.
His words.
Yep. We did. We went down a bit of a rabbit hole there. But thank you all very much. Oh, and one last thing. Somebody sent me a TikTok about the is basically about. I had talked about this the other day. It was about a medical professional who was kind of analyzing Donald Trump slumping and kind of like reading him for signs of stroke. It's a good video. If you guys want to go check it out, you can. I get a little reluctant about playing videos where somebody medically diagnoses someone else. I think that the video was good, and I don't see anything wrong with it. But I don't really love playing stuff like that. You're all welcome to go and check it out. I don't know. I don't love playing a lot of those where they like break down. So I don't know. There's something about it that feels a little weird to me to do with all of you guys. I just don't want to. I don't want to endorse someone else's medical opinion. That in that regard, that's all I'm saying. So, although it certainly seems what they're saying was accurate to me from what I understand about stroke. So if you'd like to go check it out, I'm sure you can find a million different ones. It's the one where he's in the Oval Office and he nods off, and then his mouth starts to twitch in different ways. So feel free. Go check it out.
The little clot that could.
I think I can.
Come on. We believe in you. You just have to believe in yourself now. Inshallah. Come on.
We can get there. It'd be so close. It'd be so great.
Go, clot, go. Yes.
Go, clot, go. Yes, Fish Talk Guy. I played it earlier. I mean, if you'd like, real quick. I mean, just because who couldn't use another another good listen here. One more time, folks. One more time. Do. It's glorious. It's absolutely glorious.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, yeah. Amazing. So,
I did get a few more.
right.
Amanda, thank you for the 10. You said, we need a soundbite of Nemo saying, "You filthy, blaspheming heretic." That's a good idea.
We do need that. Also, I got more over on my side. Thank you to Joel for the $10 super chat. Also, King James, who commissioned the Bible, the King James Bible, enjoyed the company of young men while saying it was bad publicly. Perfect version for closeted conservatives, if you ask me. So many of them have no idea, and they all carry the fucking King James. All of them. So funny.
The rainbow version.
I mean, it's very woke of them. To be fair, Nemo, they're very woke. Really?
Their most popular book was commissioned by a gay man. Interesting. All right.
I mean, listen. Listen. I'm not the first person to say that the Bible's kind of gay.
A little bit.
And like there's some good gay shit in the Bible. I'm not gonna lie, guys. There's some good stuff in there. Hey, speaking of good gay shit, don't forget, anything you get in the shop, if you get a mug or a tank top or a t-shirt, the Mad Matt stuff, all of this, half of those proceeds donating to the Victory Fund. It helps support LGBTQ plus candidates that run for office from when we started it all the way until the end of June. So we've got plenty of time left. A whole bunch of people have done it. I just read off a couple of names of some people that also did, including our friend Emma. I love you, Emma. Thank you, friend. It's so great. It's so wonderful. And we're going to do that in the name of Charlie Kirk, because we are Charlie Kirk.
Have you heard the reggae version of that?
Get the fuck out of here. No.
So Hassan Piker has been playing it on his stream. It's the greatest shit ever.
I need let's go. While Nemo does that, I'm gonna remind you of a couple other things. If you liked all the messages that we're reading, that's because they're sending them to Nemo and I on our blue and green apps, or the PP if you're international. You can find those in our link trees, or you can send me a message via Super Chat on the tube. To get to our link trees over here on TikTok, it's via the bio. If you're over on the tube, you can find it right down there in the description of the video. If you're over on Twitch on the Purple app, hello friends over on the Purple app. We love you guys too. You can find a link tree in the bio, just as an FYI. And we appreciate you guys. We see you guys over there. And there's is this
I've
it?
got two more right quick. And our Milford, thank you for the 10 on PayPal. And Julie, thank you for the 10 on PayPal. You said, just for being awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you.
And I see that we got 5 new subs over on Twitch. 5 new subs over on Twitch. That's amazing. That's delightful. I can't see who sent those. Mischievous, if you can tell me who sent those, because I can't see, I would love to give them a shout out, friend. But it's a little bit difficult on my end to see. Thank you guys so much. And now, for your the picture is, I mean,
it's beautiful.
I'm gonna have to, because this is glorious.
Yeah, you may want to be like judicious with the playing, because I don't know, YouTube and TikTok will be weird.
Yeah, we'll just do like a minute of it here. The first comment. The first comment is Burning Joint USA.
Fuck yeah.
Oh. All right, we gotta listen to another minute of this. Hold on. We can do 45 more seconds.
you.
All right. I'm not gonna lie. The comments on this are. So I told you the first one. The second one. No husband, no cry.
Oh. Oh dear.
There's a lot of people that are a lot of people that are here from that obviously came from Hassan. Someone said gonna tell my kids this is Bob Marley. Someone said this version of Charlie Kirk is like a huge civil rights activist who has a charity for kids starving in Africa. Someone said this is unironically a vibe. To be honest, this slaps. Someone said counting or not counting gang gunshots.
Jesus Christ.
Nemo, this is the best thing I've seen. This is amazing. Okay, if you got apparently the person on YouTube is Sping Tap, not Spring, but Sping with no R Tap, and it's just We Are Charlie Kirk, the reggae mix. That's it, a remix. That's all it is. You know what, Neo, you want to post it up in the Discord, and then guys, if you're not in the Discord, this is a great time to be in the Discord. So you can find a link in Nemo's link tree or in mine. And then if you join up on the Discord, bada bing, bada boom. There you go. You'll be all set. So, friends, we got 930-ish people over here on TikTok, over on the tube. We've got like, I don't know, 150 people. Got no Trump supporters. No Trump supporters want to come up. Thank you again to Joel for the $2 super chat. Says, why does this sound like Maroon 5? I don't know. I don't know. If
it does low key sound.
Does it?
Like Adam Levine.
Is it? Yeah, I can see. I can see that voice a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Wesley, thank you again for the $5 super chat. Just my thoughts. Charlie Kirk was a better. Oh.
Well, now you have to read it.
He was a better fountain than a debater. Okay. I'm just reading the super chat. That was someone else said. Wesley said that.
Damn.
Man, gives me a crick in the neck.
Just gotta change which way you're leaning. It'll help with neck pain. Yes, I am going to hell, but that's okay because do you know who rules hell? Lucifer. Okay.
We've already ingratiated ourselves, so it's fine. It's gonna be good. You know what? One of my all-time favorite books. Recently, and the sad thing is that the first book was really good, and then there's like a sequel or a couple of sequels, and I didn't find the sequels to be that good. But I'll have to find it if I can remember the name. But it didn't come out too long ago, maybe like 10 or 15 years ago. But it was a book about a guy who died and went to hell. But hell, I'll tell you about it in a second. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Counting or not counting cervical vertebrae?
Hello? I guy said something about vertebrae I couldn't hear, but anyways. Okay. So anyways, the book was yeah, I don't know, guys. I couldn't tell you. So the book is about a guy who he had died and he'd gone to hell, but he's like living in hell, and hell is just kind of like, it's just kind of like everything just sucks. It's just kind of like everything's just like really shitty. And yeah, there's like hellish things and there's demons walking around and they do terrible things. And like some people are getting tortured and stuff. But also he's just like a maintenance man in hell. And like everything is terrible because like none of his tools work, or like everything goes wrong, or like this, that. It's really funny because I was like, that feels more on brand. It's just like everything is always just low-key shitty all the time. I was like, that tracks. That tracks a little bit more with me. So I thought it was really funny because I was like, if there's gonna be hell, that feels more on brand. I mean, Sasha, I like to think that, Jesus, at least in life we've got, some of us are lucky enough to have good moments here and there. I mean, God, I hope it's not bad all the time. Like that, the whole point of that was just kind of like, it's just like everything is just awful. But whatever. I'll find the name of the book for you guys. I'll find it. I'm sure I've got it somewhere. But damn. You know what, Neely? I think that might be it. I think that's it. You might be right. Let me double check, but I think you're right. No, it's not that one. No. I don't know. All right, I'll find it for you guys. Now, you guys are like, what the fuck? You're like, you told us about a book and then you're not gonna. Oh, we got someone in the box. Who's in the box? Josh, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you? What state did you vote in?
Thank you for confirming that you voted for Donald Trump before playing some Yahtzee shit.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Yahtzee's like Trump.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Thank you to Daniel for the 2 on Venmo. Said, you or Matt seen one of Erika's recent videos in Charlie's old office? The only difference between when CK used it and used it is Erika allegedly took out a wedding photo on the shelf of them. Oh, God.
Oh, weird. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not. I just wanted to say everything Trump touches turns to shit. That's the reason why the Knicks lost tonight.
You're goddamn right it did. Have a good night, bud.
Yeah, you too.
All right, take care. Based. He's not wrong. And that's why the Knicks lost.
So, you reminded me, and so now I've updated that. So if you go to my link tree now, you will see my Twitch link. So there you go.
Everyone go follow now. I mean, if you haven't done so, in order, you should do the Tube and then Twitch. Okay, so go do that. Click on both. You should also do that with me too. They're in my link tree too. But like, can we do that? That would be great. The book is called Hell's Super. It's by Mark Kane. There you go. Found it. We did it. I'll put it in the chat. There you go. I will not vouch for the about anything about any sequels or anything like that. I just that book was good. I liked it. So it is a funny pun, isn't it? Bob, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Take that as a yes, then.
Just taking the time to block him. Bye-bye. There we go. Because I couldn't get the other one. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're just getting them blocked because they make sure that you can't grab them when they're down in the requests. So that's all. Sorry I had to listen to that.
To the 950 people watching, I assume at least one of you is a Trump supporter. If you were somehow in denial that the Nazis like MAGA, that should be your indicator.
The fuck? This is where we're at, folks.
Like, the closest that you're going to get to that on the left is going to be me ironically playing the Soviet national anthem. And I mean, at least the Soviets weren't literally built on racial supremacy or whatever.
Yeah, I just... The denial is just so ridiculous. I just can't. Like, they come up and they play that shit where they drop their slurs, they say the hard R, they whatever, and it's just then they're like, we're not Nazis, we're not racists, we're not any of those things. The fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this?
So I don't know if you follow this guy. Highly recommend.
Okay. Let's see. I don't follow them. Okay. Wait, I do. I know who this. I think I know who this is. I follow them on Instagram, Nemo, and I think I know, and I know, and I. But where I'm gonna play. I didn't follow. I don't follow them here on TikTok, but I follow them on Instagram. This is funny, but I know exactly what's coming. So it just took me a second because I was like that because then I saw the username. So. And by the way, this is the reason I really like them is because this is a great intersection for me as somebody who enjoys woodworking. And I saw it and I said like, oh, we're gonna do some super progressive politics on top of our woodworking, are we? I'm
right.
This is great. So, anyways, this like really nailed me. I was like, yeah, this. So, anyways, you guys enjoy this.
After the latest round of Let's Kill Graham Plattner's candidacy, that's the question I keep going back to. Does a combat veteran with a covered-up Nazi tattoo, problematic social media posts, and alleged consensual sexual misconduct deserve to become the next senator from Maine? Or does Susan Collins, someone that voted for the Iraq War, is advocating for a fascist takeover of the United States, and is complicit in the destruction and genocide of the Palestinian people, does she deserve to be reelected? For the majority of my life, politicians have been grown like corn in a field. The establishment finds someone that meets the right criteria and molds them to fit into the Washington landscape. They learn the game of politics. They learn to speak in platitudes and to constantly equivocate. They learn that actually having strong opinions can lead to controversy, and so what we end up getting is a blank slate. A politician that toes the party line, says what the donor class wants them to say, and votes accordingly. A politician not beholden to the people they represent, but beholden to the wallets filling their campaign campaign coffers. And where has that gotten us? From where I'm sitting, I see a society taken over by corporate political influence. I see a class of politicians with the hands of billionaires shoved up their asses controlling their mouth muscles. But what those people don't have is a problematic past. Outside of the massive amounts of political corruption and the enabling of the atrocities of our government we're willing to turn a blind eye to, they're squeaky clean. So is that what we want? This never-ending lineup of cookie-cutter, milquetoast, upper-class suits being told what to do and say? Because if you don't want that, then you need to realize that actual human beings are flawed and make a massive amount of mistakes, and not little fun mistakes a political consultant can use as a way to humanize one of their drones, but big problematic mistakes. The kinds of things we've been taught disqualifies a person from political office. The kinds of things we've been taught fail a moral purity test. And we've been taught that for some good reasons, but we've also been taught that because those kinds of people have the potential to disrupt the political status quo. It isn't acceptable to elect someone that not only understands the emotional and physical toll of living a working class life, but also wants to dismantle the systems propping it up. And look, there's levels to this. We don't need to go out and find the most despicable person in this country and elect them just because they grifted us into believing they were our savior. We'd never do something that fucking stupid, right? But if we actually want to change the system that is killing us all, we cannot continue to prop up corporate mascots and rich sociopaths that look good on paper. Who deserves to be a politician?
Great content. And it's great for people that are, I don't know, kind of ADD and need like multiple things, like need B-roll. Fucking awesome.
They did get a break. Oh, what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, yeah, to his point, once again, anyone out there who is on the left, who is skeptical of Plattner, or, I mean, especially if you're anti-Plattner, make yourself known, and we will talk to you. To people that are asking for the name, it's LV Workshop, Lima Victor Workshop.
Just so you guys know, Apache helicopter went down in the Strait of Hormuz at some point today. Apparently, the two crew members were safely rescued. But that was from the New York Times. Don't really have much information about this at all. It was not. It says it's not immediately clear whether the Apache was shot down by Iranian fire, experienced mechanical failure, or encountered some other problem. Said one of the folks who spoke on condition of anonymity. Said the incident was under investigation. So, just as an FYI, and the White House, as of this evening, has not confirmed anything. So, just wanted to give you that, since that that just came across my stream. So, there you go.
JD said, I just came in. What's the conversation surrounding Plattner? Is Nemo defending him? Yes, I'm defending Grant Plattner. I've said that as much as it matters, because I mean, I'm just a jackass on the internet. I fully endorse Grant Plattner. Like, yeah.
Real quick, Wesley, thank you again. It says, hell is standing in a long line forever. True. And Taffy says, if you die and go to hell, your pillow is always warm and one sock is always longer than the other. Facts, you guys. Absolutely. I also support Plattner. Yeah, that's it. It's just and I have very rational reasons for doing so, which Nemo does as well. We've expressed them many, many times. We are not just saying, well, he's a Democrat, we're just going to support him. No, it's a very reasoned and well thought out position. We've done our research, And especially with some of the more recent things that have come out about Plattner, finding out that the main woman who made the worst allegation against him and said that the only person that we are aware of who will go on record and say that he knew what the tattoo was, the only person who will go on record and say it is someone who literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. Get fucked. I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah. People are asking if we can lay out why we support Plattner or what the logic is. So it's pretty straightforward. So Plattner is actually a leftist. He's not, I don't think that he considers himself a socialist, which, one day, but that's fine. He is pretty much right there with Bernie Sanders, probably ever so slightly further to the left than Bernie Sanders. And that's great because the furthest left that we have in the Senate right now is Bernie, followed by Warren. And they have been that for a long time. And unfortunately, Bernie is not 52 years old. He is 52 eons old. And so he's not going to be around forever. And we can't let the Senate fall back into just this middle of the road, milquetoast bullshit, party line, Democrat, neoliberal BS, right? Warren, I have my issues with Elizabeth Warren, but those are more just related to bitterness of 2020. She is also very progressive in her policy positions. And so, again, she is also not 52 years old. She is also up there. I think she's in her mid to late 70s now.
Yeah, she's in her mid 70s. Yeah, she's up there too.
And so, she's not going to be there forever. And so, again, you're going to have to fill the Senate with people that can take up that mantle. And Graham Plattner is that. So what does that mean? He is for Medicare for All, which that's a big one. So Medicare for All, he has stated so many times that when it comes to billionaires, he thinks that billionaires are immoral, that, it's hoarding of wealth that is just ridiculous. So he supports billionaire tax. So that's going to be, your standard wealth tax approach that Warren and Bernie have endorsed in the past. He is all for that. And he is for ending forever wars. He is a combat vet. So his experience on that it's different from a lot of people. Well, I guess a lot of politicians when it comes to the perspective of war. Mm-hmm. So he's for that. He is an ally of pretty much every community that exists. LGBTQIA plus community. He's an ally of them. He's an ally of Palestinians. This guy's stance on Palestine it goes back decades. Literally in high school, there's pictures of him in high school saying "Free Palestine." He is anti-Zionist. So that's a great one. Trying to think of other ones off the top of my head. He believes in climate change, and we need to do something about that. I'm trying to think of other things that he's for as far as policy.
Real quick, JD, hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I primarily came up here to talk about Plattner.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
I feel like Nemo is being too fucking rational, and I hate it right now. On one side of the coin, you should at least acknowledge the multiple, that doesn't make sense. Excuse me. The multiple controversies personally that are surrounding Plattner. The Democratic Party should do a good job, or at least a better job at acknowledging the matter of the fact that he had that tattoo.
Yeah, we've talked about it extensively.
Yeah.
He's talked about it. Hold on, JD. Wait a second. he's talked about it extensively. Do you follow him? Have you seen him talk? He's talked about it extensively in interviews. He's talked about it extensively in speeches. He's been incredibly open and honest about it. The only person saying, there's one person who has gone on record and said that he knew what it was prior to being informed about it by other people. And do you know who that woman is? It's a former girlfriend who worked for the Heritage Foundation and actually worked for Nikki Haley's campaign in 2024 and joked about going to work for Susan Collins' campaign this year. That's the only person who's gone on record who said that Graham Plattner knew what it was.
I understand the point that's being made here. The problem being is the controversy, whether you think he did well at acknowledging it, it still happened, right? I don't think you're ever going to get anyone who just completely absolves him of having that tattoo, which is why I say we should do better at trying to handle these things. With that being said,
how would you propose that it be handled?
I mean, you're not going to like it. Ideally, you probably shouldn't be running.
Why?
If this is the person we put up as the populist candidate alongside people like Mamdani and Bernie Sanders, that wouldn't make logical sense in my mind.
Why not?
The mere idea that he's running off of a working class platform while also having that tattoo.
Well, number one, he got it covered up. Number two, Bernie Sanders literally endorsed him. So, if Bernie, I mean, number one, Bernie, I'm assuming you like Bernie. Number two, Bernie is a Jewish man. And Bernie Sanders endorsed Graham Plattner really early on and has not retracted his endorsement whatsoever. So, I mean, as far as the whole, it's a Nazi tattoo. I mean, have you listened to him talk about it?
Yeah, I understand. He said that it was a bad thing and he got it covered up. Yes, I understand all of these things. I'm just saying.
Do you know, he didn't know that it was a Nazi tattoo when he got it. You understand that, right?
Sure.
I don't know. It sounds like you don't believe it. I mean,
no, I don't know if I personally believe it. But that's just my subjective opinion.
Here's what I'm going to do, JD. I'm going to help you out. You are on leave with you're in the service. You're on leave and you're in Croatia. And we'll get into Croatia in just a second. You go in. You're a little drunk, probably a lot drunk, with your buddies, and you guys all go into a tattoo parlor together. You're going to get a skull and crossbones. Okay? You with me?
I'm following so far. Keep going.
You open up the book. You ever been in a tattoo parlor? I mean, I assume maybe. Ever been inside one? There's
they have a whole list of things you can look at for inspiration. Yeah.
Right. If you're not getting if you haven't talked to the artist, they generally will have a book you could look through and be like, I'd like to get that. Or maybe up on the wall, right? Okay, great.
Sure.
You look through the book of Skull and Crossbones. Which one do you get that's not the Totenkopf? I'm going to show you 3, and you need to tell me which one you're going to get. Is it this one, or this one? And I'll show you any ones again. You tell me which one to get to make sure you're not getting the Totenkopf. And if you say, no, you have to pick one. Listen to me. You're with your guys. You're all together. You're getting a skull and listen. If you're going to say, I'm not going to pick one, then you're just being disingenuous, because put yourself in Graham Plattner's shoes.
That's not what I wasn't going to...
What?
That wasn't what I was going to say. I said, personally, knowing what the symbol actually is, I wouldn't pick the second or the third one because they're closest to resembling it.
Okay, great. So this is the one you'd pick, right?
Yeah, either the second or the third one. I probably wouldn't pick those. The first one, I'd probably be closer to picking.
So this is the one you'd pick, right?
Yes, probably the second or the third one.
Okay, great. That's the exact tattoo that Graham Plattner has.
I understand that, yes.
So you literally just said that you would pick the skull and crossbones that Graham Plattner and the guys in his unit... Hold on. What?
Was that the framing of the question? I thought you said, which one would I not pick? I'm telling you, I wouldn't pick either the second one or third one. If the framing is, which one would I pick, I would pick the first one.
Okay, great. Guess what? That's also a Totenkopf. They're all totem cops. You didn't know that, did you? Oops.
Based.
Yeah. So that's my point. My point is, man, is that that's not a big, like, I got you. The point is that the same thing would happen to me. The same thing would happen to anybody. And the reason is, do you know about Croatia in World War II?
Go ahead. Tell me.
They were run by the Ustase. They were a far-right authoritarian group like the Nazis, but they were guys who were so brutal and so totalitarian in their methods that oftentimes the Nazis were like, yo, guys, holy shit, you should look them up. The Ustase, okay, in Croatia during World War II. They have a history there. It's not surprising that a Skull and Crossbones at a tattoo parlor there would be that Skull and Crossbones. Or that Skull and Crossbones. Or that Skull and Crossbones.
I'm just curious how any of these take away from my original criticism, which was that, yeah, the Democratic Party, and we're all on the same page here, should do better at addressing these things.
No,
when you say addressing, what does address mean? Like how?
I gave you the answer already. I don't know if you like it or not. Ideally, I don't know if he should be running right now.
Okay, so you're saying that the party should deny him deny him the ability to run?
Ideally, yes. If we are
why?
party, if we are the party of tolerance, like we claim to be, if we are the party who during Biden ran on the idea of bipartisanship,
Did you like Biden?
Trying to reach out to the other end and having like a fair and free America, then ideally we shouldn't have someone whose tattoos represent that exact ideology of like non-tolerance, anti-tolerance.
Right, okay. Did you like Biden?
I would describe myself as a staunch Biden guy, yes. Primarily, one of the things that I supported was the Butch-Lewis Act.
Okay, so do you know who Robert Byrd is?
No. Go ahead.
So one common dishonest critique that MAGA will throw around, to this day they will, with Biden, is that Biden gave a eulogy at a Klan member's funeral. Now, what they won't say, because that Klan member, to be clear, is Robert Byrd. What they won't say is that Robert Byrd was a Klan member early on in his life, like teenage or like early 20s, and then ended up leaving the Klan and went on to be a staunch proponent of civil rights. And also at that funeral, Barack Obama gave a eulogy. And also at that funeral, I believe the president of the NAACP gave a eulogy. I do know that the NAACP released a statement eulogizing Robert Byrd when he died. Because Robert Byrd, at the end of his life, was not the same person that Robert Byrd was when he was fucking around with the Klan. But MAGA will dishonestly say, oh my God, Joe Biden gave a eulogy at a Grand Wizard's funeral, even though he wasn't even a fucking Grand Wizard. But they'll say that.
Well, this is the other, sure, so I understand that. This is the other part of that I was going to say, which is why I think you're like being rational when you talk about Graham Plattner, is that I don't even know these criticisms matter in the grand scheme when you have people like Nick Fuentes and fucking Andrew Tate, who are really horrible people that the Republican Party are putting as like cultural leaders of their fucking entire movement.
So, I mean, I think that, wait, did you just pose a question?
No.
Okay. I just, it sounded like a question for a second, so I just wanted to be sure. So,
you're fine.
All right. Anyway, the whole point that I'm bringing with the Robert Byrd thing is this is a dishonest critique that comes from the right. Obviously, we agree that the right wing are, if not outright Nazis, they are A-okay with turning a blind eye to people who just straight up deny the Holocaust, straight up, praise the Nazis or downplay the severity of the Nazis, or all that shit, right? That's where the right wing is now. As far as Graham Plattner is concerned, you can draw a parallel to Robert Byrd, if you're willing to defend Biden and say, well, okay, Biden did give a eulogy at a former Klan member's funeral, but that former Klan member was not an active Klan member for like most of their life, and was not, they were not a Klansman, right? They basically went on to live a life of not being a Klansman. If you're willing to make that argument, and I think that most people should, and I do, right? If you're willing to do that, then that means that you accept that people can change, right? Now, and to be clear, in the case of this isn't even a change thing, right? Because again, Plattner was not a Nazi. And the argument that, oh, well, he's not a Nazi now, but he did get a Nazi tattoo, and so therefore he was a Nazi before. He was never a Nazi. But if you're going to argue that, well, he got the tattoo, therefore we must say that at that point he's a Nazi. Okay, if you're going to make that argument, then you can do the Robert Byrd thing. Robert Byrd was a Klansman.
I understand the criticism you're giving right now. It's like one of, I have to be consistent. If I am criticizing Graham Plattner, then I also have to criticize Joe Biden because he decided to do X terrible thing. I understand that.
I mean, I guess the point is that it's the inverse. I'm asking you to be consistent in that Biden giving a eulogy at Robert Byrd's funeral is not a terrible thing. It's a good thing that he did, because Robert Byrd was a champion of civil rights. He came from like, fucked up origins, and then became a champion for civil rights. And that's why Joe Biden gave him a eulogy at his funeral, right? So you should defend Biden for doing a good thing, right? And so the same thing is true with Plattner, which is Plattner got this tattoo, didn't know what it was. When he learned what it was, got that shit covered up. And have you checked out his policies? Have you checked out like what he stands for? Because what he stands for is diametrically opposed to anything that approaches what a Nazi would say, what a Nazi believes in.
Robert Byrd? I'm going to be good faith and say no, that I haven't. No.
No, I'm saying with Graham Plattner.
With Graham Plattner? Sure. You can make arguments that he's doing good things, or he's trying to push out good pieces of legislation. Yeah, I understand that. But that's not where like my sort of internal conflict lies.
But here's the thing, JD, have you looked into Graham Plattner's everything, that, like his entire digital footprint prior to running for the Senate? Have you looked into that?
Prior to running for the Senate? No, yeah. I'll be a good faith and say that. No.
You should go to the Maine Monitor, Maine as in the state, MAINE, Monitor, spelled just like monitor. They have an entire database that you can search all of Graham Plattner's Reddit messages. They found his Reddit account. It goes back to like 2013. You can read all of his Reddit messages for fucking 13 years before he knew that he was going to be running for any office or anything like that. Do you know what the problem is with his Reddit account? The problem that people are bringing up is that there's a Reddit post where he kind of indicates that maybe we should fascists. Like maybe we don't talk to fascists, maybe we them. He talks disparagingly about Nazis. He's like, we have Nazis in Maine. He's like, what the fuck is that? He's like, that you can go through. There's post after post after post where he disparages them, where he talks negatively about fascists. These are not the Reddit posts of a crazy right-wing, red-pilled, incel Nazi kid. You know what those look like on Reddit. We all know what those posts look like. I encourage you, go read through them all yourself and make a determination on your own, because I think that once you do, you'll come out with a very different opinion about Graham Plattner.
Let me ask you this, okay, regardless of like the tattoo shit, and we can go back and forth on this. Sure. I don't know. I fundamentally have a different opinion when it comes to this, because I just genuinely, I have a utilitarian perspective, and I want the best for everyone, even if that means we have to get rid of the candidate who's trying to do like the best for us. What about the stuff regarding the 2026 accusations by the New York Times, where he was quote unquote physically blocking people in rooms?
Have you
Physically blocking people?
Have you read through that entire article? Every single woman that they've contacted, every single person that they've talked to has said that basically there's, with the exception of one, from what I can tell in the article, that they're still friends with him today, that they never felt like he was abusive or threatening. They do say he clearly had a problem with drinking and he clearly had PTSD. Plattner has admitted that he had both of those things because he was a combat vet and he was really fucked up. He's not a perfect person. He obviously has some serious issues. But
yeah,
he did a lot of but he also did a lot of therapy. All of the women that they talked to in that article are like, yeah, he's fine. He's okay. He was never physically threatening to us. He never did anything. They all say that in the article, except one woman, and the one woman who says he maybe went a little bit too far, but still doesn't accuse him of any sort of like sexual assault or anything like that. Nothing like that. And the one person who says that he knew what the Totenkopf was before someone else told him, the one woman, is the woman who worked for the Heritage Foundation.
So
I don't think that's a coincidence.
You said something there that was very important to like the actual dialogue that we're having, which is that he suffered PTSD and that he has addressed these things. I think that the accountability part is the part that I'm focusing on. The mere matter of the fact that we've gone through so many candidates and we've gone through so many presidents where we, admittedly, I feel like we can all admit this, have not held them accountable to the fullest extent. Like, for example, when we talk about the Biden pardoning Hunter Biden shit, like, I think we all acknowledge that on face value is bad, even regardless of X nuance or Y nuance.
Okay.
I mean, dude,
what's your point with that?
This was the part coming into the conversation. This was the whole entire reason why I was talking about Plattner, was that we're probably just going to go in circles.
Well, I mean, you said accountability. How do you propose that Biden be held accountable for that? And this is a variation of the same question that I asked you with Plattner, and your answer was, well, ideally Plattner shouldn't be allowed to run or something like that. I mean, one, how would you hold Biden accountable in that case?
The ideal scenario when it comes to preemptive pardons is to completely remove them and allow Hunter Biden to go through the process. Even if we all acknowledge that it was a bullshit process that he went through, those 3 years of investigation where they could barely find shit, he should have to go through that process.
Okay, so how would you hold Biden accountable today? Because like what you're saying is, ideally, time machine, other things happen, right? Like how do you propose that we hold Biden accountable for his actions? Like right now.
I don't think there is. This is going to suck because it's true. We all know it's true. There is no logical way in this moment that you can hold him accountable.
Right. And so as far as like him taking accountability, I mean, if you expect Biden to take accountability for pardoning his son, one, I mean, should he? I mean, yeah, probably. But is he? Is he going to? No, he's done. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Biden is alive 5 years from now. It would surprise me if he is. So yeah. Also, he pardoned Hunter after the election. So the idea that you could hold him accountable electorally, one, he wasn't even running in 2024 at that point, and two, I mean, it's I don't know, like that argument of we're going to hold Biden accountable by not voting for Harris thereby ensuring that Trump would be the one to win.
I wouldn't even say that. No, I don't think that Harris is involved in Biden's wrong.
Sure. So, I mean, as far as Plattner is concerned, because like I don't want to turn this into a thing about Biden. As far as Plattner is concerned, the reason that I said that I made this standing challenge to anybody on the left that I'll debate anyone on Plattner, and the reason why like Matt and I agree on this is he legitimately has every policy position that someone who considers themselves a progressive or a leftist would want in a candidate. He is a younger version of Bernie Sanders with his policy positions. He's actually better than Bernie because Bernie's kind of soft on Israel. Like he's not a Zionist as far as I know, but he's kind of soft on criticism of Israel. Plattner is not. And what ends up happening is, despite him being effectively perfect policy-wise, or as close to perfect as you can get policy-wise for people who are far left or progressive or whatever, that you can see that can realistically win at a national level at this point. Despite that, the left will turn to other things, and they will try to critique based on things that are not policy. Now, this is something that I have said since I got on TikTok, which is the left oftentimes is its own worst enemy because of purity testing. And this is the epitome of a purity test. What you're saying is that, well, ideally, we wouldn't be voting for someone who accidentally got a Nazi tattoo. Okay, well, this is the real world. You said you're a utilitarian. The practical choice here is to go with Plattner because the alternative is fucking Susan Collins, which she's complicit with literal fascism. Like, it doesn't matter how much she says, well, I'm concerned. She's also voting for it. She's also just rubber stamping that shit every fucking day. And so you have that, option one. Option two, you've got Plattner, who since high school, this picture right here, since high school, has been saying, free Palestine.
His list says free Kosovo, Chechnya, Kashmir, Palestine, Kurdistan, Tibet. He was voted most likely to start a revolution when he graduated high school in 2003.
So, like, this is ultimately a purity test. And you're pointing to, well, he fucked up when he was drunk and got a tattoo, even though none of his beliefs, but way before he ever thought of running in politics, none of his beliefs line up with that ideology. None of his beliefs line up with being a Nazi. I mean, you would expect Reddit. Okay, Reddit is a platform that is built on the idea of like anonymity. Like, most people just you don't know their face, their real name, none of that shit on Reddit. It's an anonymous kind of platform. And if he was actually a Nazi, his Reddit account should show that. Because a Nazi, number one, a Nazi is not going to be, I guess, ashamed of their beliefs, just to be real. But you disagree?
They're I don't know. I'm wishy-washy on that one.
If he, okay, think of it this way. If he was so much of a Nazi that he was willing to get a Totenkopf tattoo, knowing if he knew what a Totenkopf was, if he was willing to get a Nazi tattoo on his chest, why don't we see Nazi statements in a private Reddit account stretching back years and years and years and years and years. Not even one. Why is it that he believes it so much that he'll get it tattooed on him, but he won't say something on an anonymous message board?
JD, how old are you?
I'm 25. Why?
Okay. You're 25. You
Yes.
I'm 40. I turned 43 next month, okay? Reddit, this is his I was wrong, by the way. It goes back to 2009. These you can search every comment he made on Reddit back to 2009. He did not know he was running for Senate in 2009. He didn't know. He never tried to run for any political office, period, the end. The only other political office he's run for was harbor master in Sullivan, Maine, which is a town of a couple thousand people. No one was going back through his Reddit account, okay? So that's it. This article right here, not only can you search it, but this is what it says. While Plattner made some comments with homophobic language, he also argued on behalf of LGBTQ rights and denounced homophobia. He denigrated rural white voters, but also criticized commenters for similarly stereotyping rural Maine voters. While he mentioned signing up for the U.S. Marines to unalive people, he called himself an incredibly nonviolent guy and stated he despised fighting for any reason besides mission accomplishment or survival. Plattner's comments, posted between 2009 and 2021, are consistent, however, about a few things. His identification with left-wing politics, with the exception of his steadfast support for the Second Amendment, his passion for soldiering as a profession, and his commitment to its higher standards, his dislike of Donald Trump, and his love of Maine. You can't fabricate... I'm sorry, man. You cannot fabricate that many years of comments. You can't. You can't do it. You can't go back in time and make yourself seem like someone else that you're not. This is a guy who just got drunk. He got a tattoo. He didn't know what the skull and crossbones was. Everything else we know about him says that it wasn't. That's why this is different. If he was a Nazi, if he did all of these things and he was trying to do I'm sorry, I'm not that thing anymore, we would be having a different conversation. I have said publicly, if anyone can show me proof that he did or said anything in line with those beliefs, I will drop him like a hot potato immediately.
The problem here that you guys keep trying to derive is that this is an essential issue with policy or platform. It's not an issue with policy or platform. On all of this, we agree extensively. The problem is the action itself. That is the problem that we concurrently face as a party, is that candidates within our party do X action that we just are unable to hold to any sort of fire whatsoever.
I fundamentally disagree.
We have to spend half of our time fighting with fucking Republicans over this shit.
I fundamentally disagree. The Democrats, and to be clear, I am very critical of the party because I think that the leadership is a bunch of milquetoast neoliberal centrist chuckle fucks who are really just Diet Coke Republicans and they should have retired 10 years ago. They need to get the fuck out now. I am very critical of the party. But one thing that the Democrats are pretty consistent on is the second that some shit comes out about someone, they will disavow and cut bait. So we saw this most recently with Swalwell, right? Like that was a resounding overnight. Nope, fuck him, done. There was no, yeah, but what did they say? There was none of that. Same thing was true of Bob Menendez. Same thing was true with Al Franken. Same thing was true with I'm trying to think of other ones.
Here's another question though, real quick, before you continue to go down the line. With Swalwell, if that story didn't come to light, and this is just going to be a truism argument, if that story didn't come to light, do you think that the Democrats who are working with him, who are buddy with him, would have actually held him accountable?
Are you saying like they knew?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. How are we? I mean, you're asking us on a complete hypothetical, like trying to figure out if someone knew or didn't know. Like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, like I mean, we have to assume that the people around him did not know.
Why would you just assume that no one knew?
Okay, I'm friends with someone who ran for office who's very close with him, and I asked this person point blank if they had any. And I don't normally give anecdotes, but I'm just, this conversation is just. I asked them point blank when this story broke, and they have Eric's personal cell phone number. I have caps of conversations they've had. Okay. In fact, there was going to be a fundraiser in Boston that I was going to be hosting, that he was going to be attending. I will show them to you guys one day. Today is not the day. But I asked this person, I was like, pointedly, I was like, did you know? Like, close enough to be that personal, like personal cell phone close. They're like, absolutely not. And this is a woman. So, I mean, we are in a situation where people are really good at covering shit up. And we know that women oftentimes, to the tune of 80 some odd %, they don't come forward and they don't say things. So, I mean, like, this is absurd. Like, we're going to go down this road of like, well, people knew and they weren't going to say it. And what if? We are not in that situation. This has nothing to do. What we're doing now is we're taking a kid who was on leave with his group. They got a tattoo. He didn't know what it was. When he found out what it was, he got it covered up. And there is nothing else that supports him knowing what it was or any of his beliefs being in line with that. If someone can't make a mistake in their life and then one day run for office when they have great politics and great ideas and a good vision, and they would end up being a good leader because they made a mistake when they were a kid, well, fuck all of us. Fuck you. Fuck me. Fuck Nemo. Fuck every single person, because everyone has made mistakes. And I understand that not every mistake is I accidentally got a tattoo that was a Nazi symbol without knowing. But guess what? You could have done that. I could have done that. A lot of people could have done that, and we proved that earlier. That's it. That's all it is. It's just a fucking tattoo, dude. And now what we're doing is we're doing the thing. No, that's all that it is.
Like that,
dude,
JD,
that's literally, it's just it. No, it literally is just a tattoo, because now we've explained the rest of it to you. Okay, no. Did he know what it was? No, he didn't know what it was. Is there anything else supporting that he knew what it was? No, there isn't. Is there anything else going all the way back, as far as we know, that we can see with his digital footprint in everything that he's ever said and done that would ever support him being it? Can you find me a single fucking thing that he has said, that he has written, or that he has done that would support him being part of that ideology? At all, can you? No, it is just that. And that's JD, stop it. I'm done with this conversation, because now what we're doing is we've explained it multiple times, and you're just trying to keep going with the conversation. If you don't accept our explanation, don't accept it. Don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, JD, this is the purity testing that I'm talking about. This is what the left does. And if we purity test everyone in this dogmatic way, we will have at best a handful of quote unquote perfect people. And that's not how you affect change. You have to have an army of people. And people are not perfect. And like, I mean, again, if you're going to say, well, something about the Nazi tattoo, again, it's a Nazi tattoo that he didn't realize was a Nazi tattoo. Like that's the
Well, that's not what
frustrating
Matt
part of
said.
this.
Matt said it was just a tattoo. He didn't say it was a Nazi tattoo.
We're saying the same thing. JD, are you do you want to be cute? Because I thought we were having a discussion.
We are having a discussion.
Okay, well then let's not be fucking cute. Hold on. Bring him back up. JD, come back up. Because I have a clippable moment, and I want the fuck up here. Come on. Hi, JD.
Hey.
You back?
Yeah, I'm back. What's up?
Okay, cool. So symbols that are hateful, right? Even if it's not meant in the way of hate, and you don't have the hateful beliefs, just the mere displaying of symbols of hate, that's enough for you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I completely ignored whatever you just said. That's my fault. I apologize.
Okay, so you're saying that Plattner should be ineligible because he accidentally got a tattoo that was a Nazi tattoo. Like you're saying that should bar him from political discourse and being a representative of the left.
Yeah, in an ideal world.
Excellent.
Correct.
Okay, in an ideal world.
And
okay,
again,
and
the reason why I say this is if you're running on a platform, you're running on a platform that is for the people, by the people, supports religious freedom, all these types of things, right? Just basic like human rights type shit.
Yep.
Then you shouldn't like have that tattoo.
Okay, cool. So and even though he didn't have knowledge of it beforehand, that doesn't matter because he got it, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. And you, how do you identify yourself? Are you progressive, liberal, centrist? What are you?
I'm definitely not a centrist, but I'd say like I'm in between like the middle left and progressivism. I can go either way depending on what topic it is.
Great. Okay, here's a clippable moment, everyone. To 1,000 people watching, go ahead and start screen recording. So, JD, you're not willing to support Plattner because he fucked up and got a tattoo that turned out to be a Nazi tattoo, even though he had no knowledge of what it meant, what it stood for beforehand. You still wouldn't support him. Now, you definitely know who Omni-Man is, right?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. He's the guy in your profile picture. Now, here's the thing, JD. Oh no, don't try to filibuster now. Don't try to filibuster now.
I'm not trying to filibuster.
This is now the purity test coming back home to roost.
I know what you're about to say.
So again, you decided that you were going to put Omni-Man as your profile picture.
Omni-Man, yes.
Now, Omni-Man is your profile picture. For anyone that doesn't know, the cartoon
did people hold Omni-Man
that this guy has as his profile picture.
Invincible.
I would like to provide just a handful of quotes from the cartoon that JD decided to display as his profile picture. The character, his name is Omni-Man. Okay, series is called Invincible. Quote: "These people are meaningless. They're cavemen without us." Quote: "I do love your mother, but she's more like a pet to me." Quote: "In the grand scheme of things, is your mother's life worthless? Yes." Quote: "That's why we're here, to keep them from resisting, to show them how wrong they are, how pointless it is, that they can be part of something bigger or die." Quote: "Being part of the empire will make Earth better than it was." Quote: "I'm loyal to Vitrum, to Vitrum, not this pathetic excuse for civilization."
Veltrum.
Quote: "Your stubbornness against the inevitable killed those people. Listen to what I'm saying. You know in your heart I'm right." You decided to display the face of a man who said some really fascist shit in this show. So no.
Sure,
it doesn't matter that you aren't a fascist, JD, because no. It doesn't matter that you're not a fascist or that you don't have fascist beliefs, right?
Yep.
Because you said that you're on the left, so I'll take you at your word that you're on the left. Well, guess what? That doesn't matter according to your own fucking purity test. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Omni-Man,
Your
if you wanna
purity
use
test
the
says
Omni-Man-
that you are impure, that
Yes, I
you
know.
should not have any say whatsoever in this conversation, that you are not up to the moral standard, the character standard that you demand of Plattner.
If you
You
want to use
are
the Omni-Man
not
PFP,
the morally
then
pure one.
you
Your
wanna use-
politics are now colored by the fact that you, knowing
True.
who
If you wanna
Omni-Man
use the
is,
Omni-Man
displayed
PFP,
his face. That's not an accident. You didn't randomly pick that. You know, and you chose to anyway. Why are you displaying the face of a fascist proudly?
If you want to use the Omni-Man PFP as the example here, that's fine. We can use that. Did people hold Omni-Man accountable?
I'm so sorry. This isn't about Omni-Man. It's about you.
Did people hold?
It's not about Omni-Man. It's about you.
Did people hold?
Your
No. You want to?
No. It's about you.
You wanna
Why
do
are
you-
you? Why do you have that as your?
People wonder
no.
why-
Why do you have it as your PFP?
People wonder why I choose the Omni-Man PFP.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the exact reason, because Omni-Man is the exact type of argument that I am having right now with you guys, where it is essentially we ought to hold people like Omni-Man accountable so that way these people can fucking change.
No, I don't. Nope, you're wrong. That's not what
Wait,
that is.
so they
no,
can
no.
change?
No. I don't, Nemo, I don't care what his explanation for it is. He's a fascist because that's what Omni-Man is, and that's what his picture is. His argument and his explanation for it doesn't matter.
That's true. Yeah, the Democrats should be better about these things.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, you're just discredited automatically. Your argument and your explanation don't matter. It's just an image, and we judge you on the image.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Adolf Hitler was held accountable, and if you put that as your profile picture, would you accept the, well, actually, I'm just displaying Hitler's face because people held him accountable?
Yeah. Sorry, we have no, apparently we have no
I'm
space.
sorry, wait.
I'm sorry, we have no space
Just
for,
playing
no,
into your
I'm sorry,
argument.
we
Who
have
held
no,
Hitler
I'm sorry, we have no space for context here, JD. No space for, no, JD. Sorry, I'm sorry, no space for context.
Was it the British?
Nope, we have no space for context.
Was it the French?
No,
Who held
I'm so sorry. No context for you. We judge based on an image alone. Goodbye. Oh, he wants to come back up and give context now. Isn't that cute?
No, it sounded like he was going to do the cute little rebuttal of who held Hitler accountable. He offed himself, so no one else held him accountable. Right, except for, I don't know, the Allies who drove him into the Fuhrer bunker for extended periods of time, at which point he then offed himself because supply lines were cut and he was scared of being taken by the Soviets, and he didn't want to surrender.
You know, Nemo, what was fun about that was when you, because I'm a huge fan, by the way, of Invincible. It is an excellent animated series, and the graphic novel also fantastic. But the show, the voice talent is through the roof. I mean, fucking incredible. Because J.K. Simmons does Omni-Man. But when you said the name of the Viltrumites, when you said it wrong, I almost immediately corrected you, and then I was like, wait a second. And I waited for him to do it because I knew he was going to do it. And I knew that would confirm that he watched the show. Because I was also waiting for him to go, I don't really know. I don't know. I just picked it because I liked it. I was like waiting for him to do that. And I was like, no. He's gonna say it. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, that was good. I don't know. Do you wanna talk any more to him? That's up to you.
I want to hear what his argument's going to be.
Yeah, first off, regardless of however this conversation ends, I still have respect for you, Nemo. We've been on multiple panels before, and I do have respect for you. With that being said, who held, while he was still alive, not while he was dead, who held Hitler accountable? Was it the British, who decided to actually give in to every single demand of his? Was it the French? Which single nation or entity decided to hold Hitler accountable?
The Soviets.
So you would argue for communism? I don't know. What are you?
I'm literally a socialist. I'm not like a revisionist.
No. Socialism and communism are
I'm not a
different.
simp for Stalin. So
Yeah,
Stalin was
we
pure
hate
evil.
fucking Stalinism based.
What?
We hate Stalinism. You don't hate
Yes,
Stalinism?
yes, we hate Stalinism.
Okay,
yes. So again, my point is that Hitler was held accountable, but you wouldn't display his face, right? Why? Because it's glorification, right? That's how it would be perceived. And you picking Omni-Man can also be perceived as glorification of Omni-Man or endorsement of Omni-Man. That would be a dishonest interpretation in the case of Omni-Man, not in the case of Hitler. But in the case of Omni-Man, that would be a dishonest interpretation, but it is nonetheless your purity test.
Omni-Man would just be like the perfect. I'm sorry that you guys don't believe this. Omni-Man, and it's the reason why I use the Omni-Man PFP. I know you guys are going to say, well, he's doing the context thing now. Omni-Man is actually the perfect example of my argument. If people didn't fucking hold him accountable, if his own family didn't hold him accountable for being such a shitty person, odds are he probably would have never changed. Correct?
Okay. That now invites the idea that you believe people can change.
I don't. Okay.
And now,
I don't know where we disconnect.
If we permit the ability to change,
Nemo,
that
I don't
then
know where we
invites the
disconnected.
question.
Nemo, I don't know where we disconnected. Where I had made the argument that I don't believe people are incapable of change. I'm saying those people ought to be held accountable so that way they can change. That was my original argument coming into this. I believe that the Democratic Party does a terrible fucking job when it comes to holding people accountable.
Okay, but again, all right, so holding them accountable so they can change. Plattner was informed what that tattoo was and got it covered up. Now, what else would you want?
Yeah, ideally, I don't know if he should be running. That's part of it. Because the idea that the guy would run for a Senate position while he has that controversy, let alone the other controversies that surround him, that doesn't make any sense to me. But that's
Who's your favorite president? Who was your favorite president in the last 150 years?
That's also too a fundamental difference that you and me are gonna have, because I have an internal conflict when it comes to that. I understand your point of view, which is regardless of whatever he's done in the past, that we ought to vote for him and his policies and his platform, because the other side of the coin is actual fascism. I understand that. In that regard, I don't disagree.
Okay, so who's your favorite president in the last 150 years?
Favorite president? You ready? Ulysses S. Grant.
Grant.
Yes. You know why?
Why?
Suspension of habeas corpus during the Reconstruction era for the KKK.
Okay. Give me another president.
Wait, you said who was your favorite president?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was hoping for one that wasn't literally the fucking Civil War.
All right. Second favorite then. JFK.
Kennedy. Serial adulterer. So, I mean, your point about, the things that Plattner has been accused of as far as talking to women when he was married. JFK fucked like all of America. Like, if you were a woman in America in 1961, JFK probably boned you at least once.
You're not going to find me like trying to defend him. The same was said.
But he is your second favorite, though.
I know that is the flaws.
Is that because his policy transcends his character?
That is the flaws that we have as human beings, right?
You're right, because no one's perfect.
True. Yes, I understand that. Okay. The same was said about Bill Clinton when he was literally fucking Monica Lewinsky. I understand. Yes. But that is not the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that those people, when they do those things, yeah, they should be held to the fire.
Held to the fire, like how? Because which
of the two presidents do you want to use? In Bill Clinton's example, I think he was held perfectly to the fire when he was fucking impeached for said thing.
He was impeached for lying under oath. He wasn't impeached for fucking Monica Lewinsky.
Based.
Okay, so that's not really holding him accountable. Also, like if you're a utilitarian, then you're going to have to consider the second and third order effects of a decision. So, what else did we get from that? Monica Lewinsky, to this day, is the butt of however many jokes.
Primarily from the right.
I mean, dude, the left will make Monica Lewinsky jokes too. Like, it is a normalized thing.
Sure, what is one joke you've heard on the left about Monica?
Whenever you're talking about Bill, it's like saying that Bill. So I'm trying to think of like something that Bill Clinton did. Bill Clinton balanced the budget in between meetings with Monica. Like, I mean, there's all sorts of like little quips that you can make about Bill Clinton.
You're not old enough. You didn't watch Saturday Night Live in the late 90s. I did. The left was all the fuck over it. I could show you SNL sketch after SNL sketch after fucking SNL sketch. They were all over his ass.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, as far as Bill Clinton, and to be clear, Monica Lewinsky, people have said that, he was taking advantage because there was a power dynamic. There was definitely a power dynamic there. It was consensual, right? It was purely consensual. The much more glaring things with Bill Clinton are the non-consensual, potentially underage situations that he has in his closet. That's what people should be talking about. But instead, what they talk about is Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky, basically unable to do public stuff without Bill Clinton coming up, because that's her name. And it's inexorably associated with Bill Clinton. It's inexorably associated with something that she did in her 20s and the 90s. And that destroyed her life. Now, I mean, and as far as Hillary Clinton is concerned, I don't think that Hillary really gives a fuck, but also people tagged her with Bill fucking someone. And it's like, is that Hillary Clinton's fault? Like, no, but she still got tagged with it. And so, again, like this idea of, oh, well, we got to hold them accountable. At what cost? Is it enough to like hold someone accountable and then guarantee that you're going to ruin the life of at least two other people?
Yeah, the people who are involved. So when you're okay, I understand what you're saying when it comes to Monica Lewinsky and Hillary Clinton. On that part, I actually do agree. All right, I'll change my position on that.
Okay, so I mean, again, I would much rather you just change your position on Graham Plattner, like, because this idea that, oh well, Graham Plattner, he shouldn't have got it in the first place. Well, yeah, if people had encyclopedic knowledge of symbols and then he got it, then you would be right in criticizing him and be like, what the fuck, dude? But people don't have encyclopedic knowledge of symbols. We have shown the symbol, like we showed it earlier. We've done this on multiple lives now, asking people, hey, what is this? And people be like, a skull and crossbones. There are history nerds that follow us, and they'll be like, it's a totem cop. But a lot of people just see a fucking skull and crossbones because they don't know what that symbol is. And
let me ask you a question going off of that. Do you think, okay, this might pivot us into a newer conversation, but do you think it's a bad thing that our education system is not doing good enough at teaching us the historicity of those symbols?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, this is a yes and a no. I think there's a lot. Quite frankly, I'm before we start getting more in depth on specific Nazi symbols, it would be a lot better if we did more in depth on American history that's not being taught. That would be first and foremost. But sure, would it be a good thing if a few more people knew what some of those symbols were? Yeah, I mean, sure. But I think that this is a very, very small issue overall. I think the bigger issue is that we have kids coming out of school that don't understand our own history here. I think that's the bigger issue, JD.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, but
I'm probably,
that's all.
I'm probably one of the people who talks the most about like educational reform.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I feel like as far as Yahtzee symbols go, I think that the ADL has it as like the third most recognizable Yahtzee symbol or some shit. I gotta say, that there's a big gap between that and the other two, because the 1 and 2 are the obvious one, and then the SS Thunderbolts. Those are the number 1, number 2. Now, most people, if you show them that, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's like some white supremacist shit." Like they'll be able to suss it out. I mean, obviously with the swastika, but I'm talking about like the Thunderbolts. They'll know. They'll know there's a vibe there. The skull and crossbones, most people, no. If they're a history nerd, that's different. But your average person, no. And Graham Plattner, I can't remember like how old he was when he got it, but he would have been in his either late teens, maybe his early 20s. So his early 20s, drunk with his unit in Croatia. Yeah. Again, like, I don't expect a 22-year-old to know all of the symbols related to Yahtzees. And I'm the one that will point this shit out when I see it, because I know the little dog whistles, because I was radicalized into the alt-right at one point. I talked extensively about how once upon a time... I do
remember you talking about this, yeah.
Yes. Once upon a time, back in like 2015-ish, through the skeptic sphere of YouTube, like the atheists, I was radicalized into the alt-right. Now, that doesn't mean that I was a Yahtzee, to be clear. I was never a Yahtzee, but like those symbols, those jokes, those quips, all that shit, that was super prevalent. And that's how I'm able to identify this shit, is because I know what the dog whistles are. And so I do, like, when I see it, I'll take that as a point to educate people. Like the big one is the sun and rod, the black sun. That is a symbol that Yahtzees use when they're trying to be cute.
And can I and JD, to this point, can I point something out to you? Do you know what this is?
I know it from Legend of Zelda. It's the Triforce.
Yeah.
But is there another interpretation that I'm unaware of?
Well, funny you should ask, because I went to Japan in 2023, and I wanted to. I have a couple of tattoos, but I really wanted to get a Triforce tattoo. But of course, before I did, I was like, I'm gonna double check that symbol doesn't have other meanings, because you know that even a swastika has a different meaning, right? There's another version of it, right? You know that's where they co-opted it from. Okay, so not saying that anyone should do anything with that other symbol either, because it's way too easily confused. Don't do that. But anyways, I got that tattoo in Japan, but I did some research on it because I wanted to find out what its true origin was, and did it have a different meaning. Luckily, it's a neat story about an old Japanese patriarch in the 12th century being gifted 3 dragon scales, and it's a neat story, and that's all that it is. It's a little bit of Japanese mythology. So, great. That was 2023. And I had this in my hand. Graham Plattner is my age. He's a year younger than me. Let's see. I graduated high school in 2001. He graduated in 2003. So he's 2 years younger than me. So until I was 20 years old, I did not have a cell phone. That's number one. So I didn't own a cell phone until 2003. And in 2003, do you know what my cell phone looked like, and what the things that I could do on the fly or look things up? I couldn't. And then also, Like
Did you have a BlackBerry or a Motorola?
Dude, please. I had a Sprint flip phone, BlackBerry or Motorola. Please. Now I got a BlackBerry Pearl. In 2006. I think I got a BlackBerry Pearl in 2006, 2007, and I got the second iteration of the iPhone when it came out. The iPhone 3G was the first real smartphone that I got. That was in 2008. So, but even the BlackBerry Pearl, like trying to use the internet on a BlackBerry Pearl, like fuck off. Okay, if you like look it up, you're not looking shit up. You're not getting pictures. You're not going to websites. My point being that I don't know if you're doing that drunk on leave with your army buddies, but today, in today's world right now, you could do that. If you were there and you did it, I would have a lot out, to be honest with you. And I think that a lot of us are thinking of this through like a today lens. Because right now, it'd be like, you could have at least checked. You could have just Google Lens that and then hold it up, Google Lens, 5 seconds later, you'd have an answer. You would know what that symbol was. Just like when I Googled the Triforce and I got my answer 5 seconds later. But 20 years ago? No. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't a thing that anyone could do. There was no internet in the palm of your hand. There was no way to do that. If you wanted to find out what that symbol was, or if it was problematic for some reason, which I don't know why you would, because it's to most people it's just a skull and crossbones. You'd have to go to he's in a foreign country. He'd have to go to an internet cafe, which are the places you used to have to go, and you'd pay to use a computer to get on the internet and try to search it, and you couldn't take a picture of it because you didn't have a phone that had fucking camera capabilities.
Why would you do all that? Why not? Well, I don't know. This is going to be an asshole thing of me to say, but why not just go to a library? Libraries were around back then.
Sure. Libraries are around at 1 a.m. when you go to a tattoo parlor drunk in another country. And you're going to go to a library in Croatia where you definitely could read the books. Oh, and by the way, you would still have to take the image. You'd have to take the image that you don't have, because you can't take a picture of it because you have no phone that has camera capabilities or any way to get a picture of it, except if you snapped a picture and got it developed later on. Dude, these are things that would never have happened. None of us did these things. It was just probably late at night, and he got drunk with his unit, and they got a fucking tattoo. That's what we did.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, Matt. This is an argument that I hear from the right all the time whenever they try to justify using the R word. They'll go
no,
that was something that me and my friends used 20 years ago.
That's not the same. That's not the same. No, it's not the same. That's not.
Okay,
that's
explain
not
to me how it's not the same.
Great, I'll explain to you exactly why it's not the same. What we're doing is, what I'm saying is that if this happened now, I would have a lot more questions about it, because I would say, you could have figured out real quick whether or not that tattoo was problematic, because you probably may have known that if you're in Croatia, maybe you knew the history of it, and maybe you could have figured it out, and maybe, I at least would have some questions about it, because I feel like sometimes we look at things through a 2026 lens, and no offense to you, I don't mean this, truly don't mean this in a negative, but you're 25 years old, my friend. You never lived in a time before smartphones. This wasn't a world that you really lived in, and that was my 20s, and so I completely understand that. It's not
I appreciate you saying that you don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just getting uncomfortable with the whole you're
Thanks,
25,
Hector.
so you're young and you don't understand this.
Hector.
When I have a perfect ability to hear and reciprocate all of your guys' arguments.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that you don't understand what I'm saying from an academic standpoint. I'm saying that what I'm saying is that you don't have the frame of reference of as someone who lived that situation, because you going, well, this is going to seem like an asshole thing to say, but couldn't you just go to the library? That's what I mean. It's like, that is like, it kind of shows that you don't really understand the time frame. Now, again, I know you understand the argument that I'm making, but the time. You can't go to a library in a foreign country on a whim late at night, probably like on a weekend, drunk. You can't just go into a light, and there's no way for you to have the image. This is what the things I'm trying to explain, man, is that like there's just no way. You're just like either JD, look, either this is kind of where we are, because like I can't, I genuinely I can't have this conversation anymore. Like I have a headache. So either you accept the fact that Graham Plattner and the other guys in his unit got a tattoo and it was a mistake, and there's nothing else to it, and you can try to move on and say like, okay, that was it. The guy made a mistake, and there's really nothing else supporting that in terms of his ideology, and so that's why it's different. That's why it's different, because he doesn't have something to apologize for from an ideological standpoint. He has something to apologize for because he did make a mistake in getting a tattoo, but he didn't know what it was. So either you accept that, or you say, nope, he definitely knew what it was, even though there's zero evidence to support that viewpoint, because we've laid it out to you. There is no evidence to support that, unless you know something that you haven't told us in the last, hour that we've been talking. So I don't know what else to tell you, man. Because it's just pretty simple. It's either A or B.
Two things here. When it comes to your first part of the argument, I understand your part of the argument that people don't understand things back then as they would now, right? We don't have that access to technology in those times. With that being said, that's probably all the more reason of my argument, which is that we should actually hold these people accountable and inform them of what they're doing as being wrong, right? And I think you would agree with that.
Great, and we did that, and he covered it up when he found out what it was, and it has no ideological connection to him, and he was like, cool. He's like, I had no idea. That's terrible, and he got it covered up, and he's been a champion for left-leaning policies, as we know, because I've shown you that we have the evidence from the last 17 years. We know for a fact that those are his viewpoints. So again, unless you can show me something different, I am not going to sit here and excoriate someone because they made a mistake and got a tattoo they didn't know what it meant 20 some odd years ago, dude. That's it.
This is the second part that I was going to say. Well, actually, I'm going to say one last thing on the first thing. I agree with you 100% when it comes to informing people and making sure they're holding accountable. That was my original argument that I made. We had like 30 minutes of heated back and forth between all three of us. Okay. At the end of the day, I still love both of you. The second thing I'm going to say is, with regards to the mischaracterization on my argument about Plattner, I don't think I said anywhere that there was some God-given inherent epistemological knowledge that I have that he 100% did this knowing that it was a schmatzy symbol. The problem that I had was the action itself, that it did happen.
But if the problem you had was the action, then there would have to be implied knowledge, because if you have a problem, how could you have a problem with the action if you're not sure if he knew what it was?
Yeah, intent is the entire thing.
Jesus Christ, dude, come on, man.
JD,
really?
do you celebrate 420?
I don't smoke.
Have you ever celebrated 420?
No, again, I don't smoke. I try to stay sober and try to be healthy.
Do you I don't know, encourage people to celebrate 420, or I don't know, laugh along when people are celebrating 420?
I mean, generally speaking, yeah, I'm for it. I speak out like about how I want, in the same lines that like Kamala wanted it, the full federalization of cannabis, so that way people don't have to be fucking locked up for it, and then B can do it whenever the fuck they want. Yeah.
Okay, so you're all good with people celebrating 420, and you'll, I guess, celebrate without actually partaking. You'll, I guess, go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, is there some other interpretation that we're about to explore that I'm not aware of once again?
Yeah. Do you know where they don't celebrate 420?
Any other nation on the planet?
Germany.
Germany.
Do you know why they don't celebrate it in Germany?
No, I don't know why. Explain.
That's Hitler's birthday. But you didn't know that. Most people don't know that. But the action, without the absent knowledge, the action itself is worthy of critique. Therefore, using your standard, you should be held accountable for celebrating or encouraging people to celebrate or being complicit with people celebrating Hitler's birthday. Like, do you see how absurd that is?
But I understand the argument you're positing now, which is based on intent. I don't care what the intent was here necessarily. What I just care about is like the action. The action doesn't have to be.
So then the standard would apply. The standard I just laid out about 420 applies.
The action doesn't have to be based in intent. If you just, I don't know, this is going to be like a very shitty analogy, but like if you broke someone's leg, you don't have to have intent to do that. We acknowledge this, that people are just like purely or inherently evil, and they'll probably go out and break someone's leg.
Well,
that
no.
action
Okay,
is something that you would condemn.
Let's roll with that analogy. Let's say that you break someone's leg. You're saying that action, without like absent intent, absent context, breaking someone's leg, that is wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what if you broke their leg while you were saving them from a burning building and it was accidental? Is that now wrong still, and you should be held accountable for breaking their leg, even though you literally saved their life and had no intent whatsoever of breaking their leg?
No.
No what?
No is the answer to your question that you're seeking for.
I think there are double negatives involved. Can you just say like what your stance is on that?
Yeah, the gotcha worked. You're welcome.
Okay, so again, like the intent matters. The action in isolation, absent context, absent intent, which I mean intent, that would be part of the context. Absent context, the action could be bad, could also be benign, could be good. Now, in the case of Plattner, there's not like a good part, right? It's either benign or what's the opposite? Malignant.
Malignant, yeah.
And in Plattner's case, that action was benign, and that is demonstrated by the just lack of anything else demonstrating that he believes in those things.
Yeah, that he knew what we've had this conversation for like an hour now.
Right. So I guess my point is, so
I understand what you're saying, but like this is one of those things where we're just going to like fundamentally disagree. If someone just goes out there and breaks someone's leg, that would be an inherently bad action. I understand that whenever you add X or Y variable to it, like they're saving someone from a fire, they're saving someone from falling.
And so then X
that's
variable
when intent
here
does matter, right?
Okay,
but I'm just using like the most absent example here. Like I'm just avoiding everything and saying is the person breaking the leg without any intent bad or good?
Okay, but the point is, dude, that you can't approach it from that angle because that's not real. That's like you're creating a hypothetical that is not not congruent with how life works.
I don't
right?
think
like
I don't
like
think it's
everything
I don't think
has
it's a hypothetical
context.
world, Nemo. I don't think it's a hypothetical world. I'll tell you exactly why I don't think it's a hypothetical world. People like Jeffrey Dahmer, who literally unalived animals just because it was fun, exist.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm confused how that is analogous in any way.
The idea here is that you don't have to have intent to do an action that is bad.
Okay. I mean, I guess it depends on the action, right? Especially something that doesn't actually harm anyone, right? Because he got a tattoo, right? I mean, in the leg case, you are at base level harming someone, right? There is a harm involved. In Plattner's case, he got something on his skin, right? Now, we know that he didn't know what the fuck it was when he got it. And we know that his ideology does not line up whatsoever with Nazi ideology. We know these things. We also know that whenever he became aware of what it was, he got it covered up. If he was a stalwart believer, he would not get it covered up. If he was a stalwart Nazi, he would have this rhetoric throughout his anonymous Reddit account, stretching back years and years and years before he ever thought about politics. Back when he was in the Marines, or I'm sorry, not the Marines. Back when he was in the military.
Well, and also you bring up a good point that we didn't even touch on this point, Neo, which is that he re-enlisted and he passed two separate tattoo body checks where the U.S. military didn't flag that skull and crossbones as a hate tattoo.
That is a good point. For the 1,100 people watching, you might ask, why would he get those checks? And the answer is, ask anybody who you know that was in the military. They probably have some kind of security clearance. Like even your low level people in the military tend to have some kind of security clearance. And to get a security clearance, you got to go through certain checks, background checks and tattoo checks and all sorts of other crazy ass checks. And so his body was checked, and they checked his tattoos. This is the same military, by the way, that they checked Pete Hegseth, and he was flagged because his tattoos, like they were aware of that. So it's not like they just let everything slide and all that shit. It's just like it's a matter of the U.S. military didn't deem it as a Nazi symbol because it's not typically recognized as that. Because on its face, unless you are a history buff or some shit, it's a skull and crossbones. And I guess like ultimately the point is that the intent matters here. It matters. It is the ball game here. If there's intent, then it's like, okay, well now all of a sudden that changes everything. So his intent, if it was to glorify that symbol, to glorify that movement, well, that's very different than if his intent was, hey, I'm bonding with my unit and we're all hammered and it's 1 a.m. in fucking Croatia and we're drunk and I want a skull and crossbones. Like, again, it's like holding it. This is just one of those things that again, it's going to go back to what I had said earlier, which is I feel like I have said many times that the left has a problem. There are people within the left who spend all of their time purity testing. And they do it, I think there are certain motivations for doing it. I think that it gives them a sense of trying to make a difference or to make sure that we are consistent. And purity testing is inherently exclusionary. If you're trying to grow a movement, if you're trying to bring people to your side, then doing purity tests, all you're doing is excluding people. I mean, dude, you said that you like me and that you follow me for a while. I have been crucified by leftists, by people who call themselves communists, by people who call themselves socialists or whatever the fuck. I've been crucified by them because I was not sufficiently socialist, even though I call myself a socialist, because I believe in electoralism, as in participating.
But I want Nemo to finish. Never mind. Nemo, you timed out. Or you're on a different screen right now. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. It's a little strange. Oh, actually, you just messaged me. Hold, please. Hold, please.
When he comes back, I want to ask a question that'll move the conversation on.
Well, his phone died. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Matt,
he'll try to come back. Yep.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Based upon everything that you guys have said tonight, do you believe that identity politics is inherently bad?
We are not talking about identity politics.
I understand that. I'm just moving the conversation forward.
So I wouldn't. So why are we basing it on what we've said tonight? That's a weird way to phrase that question. We can talk about identity politics.
I can use identity politics to connect the argument that I'm making here. I believe that identity politics is inherently good because the original intention of identity politics was to utilize the power. When I say utilize, I mean particularly marginalized groups would utilize the power to challenge racial stereotypes. Sometimes that would include people within their own party or their own little groups that they had. Is that exclusionary?
I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. What do you mean?
Well, Nemo had posited that purity testing is exclusionary. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could we make the same conclusion about identity politics?
I mean, I'm sure that there's certainly an element of it, but it's definitely an element of it. But JD, we're getting pushed out. I end at 2:00. So we're pushing up on it. I don't think that this is a conversation that we can succinctly have in a few minutes. So,
no worries.
Yeah, I don't think we can. But yeah. So
I apologize for getting heated with you.
It's okay, man. I look. I don't understand. To be honest with you, like at the end of the day, I don't really know. I don't really know what where you're coming from on this. To be quite frankly, try to understand it, but I don't understand this idea of. Intent doesn't matter. The action matters. And how the action can matter without intent. Like this whole thing, I don't know. This is a whole bunch of weird circular logic that I just don't get. So like, look, if you're down on Plattner or you just can't get over the tattoo thing, then you can't get over it. I can't really help there, but that's, I guess that just is what it is. So yeah.
If you want to have like another, well, you probably don't, but if you want to have another conversation at some other time, I'm totally down. Like, this is one of the things that I say is that like we as a party ought to have these conversations because otherwise we just fall apart.
I don't have any problem having conversation and explaining and giving context to people. I just think that if we have a conversation and we give all the context and the information is there, and then someone is still like not accepting and understanding and just being and like not wanting to take the context, I don't know. I mean, like, there's really not much else. That's the thing. I've said, and everyone who watches me and everyone who watches Nemo, we both said the same thing over and over. All you have to do, all anyone has to do, I encourage the 1,100 people over here on TikTok, the 200-ish people over on the Tube, the however many people watch us on the replay, give me anything that would show that Graham Plattner had these views at any other point in time, that he had them, and that's all I need. I just need some sort of anything. And no one has shown that to me. None of my research has shown that to me. There's just nothing to support it. And so, absent evidence, absent data, absent anything else, like, how else are we supposed to operate? I'm not going to operate off of my feelings. Like, yeah, it doesn't feel great. Like, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh my God, Graham, that guy got a Nazi tattoo. Oh my God. And then I heard the story. Then I got the context. Then I researched it, and I was like, oh, he's a drunk kid. He didn't know what it was. And he's never said anything even remotely in line with it. Okay. I was like, that made sense. It's like Occam's razor. It's the simplest explanation is generally the correct one. And when you have zero supporting evidence that would show that Graham Plattner is a Nazi or had those beliefs, I'm going to take him at his word, because I have no other evidence that would point me in the other direction. So that's what I'm saying, is that with that evidence being presented to you, it's fine to have the conversation, but like, if we present the information has been presented and you're just like, no, so I don't know what else to do. There's nothing else to do. We've had the conversation. So
yeah,
yep.
Occam's razor. Well, I don't want to go any longer, but I don't know. I just, from my own perspective, I have this fundamental need to want to extend good faith for people, but being someone who's been the subject of bad things, it's hard to have that faith. That could be another reason why I just don't like the action that Graham Plattner took. I can admit that.
He didn't. All right. Well, then you have to acknowledge that the action that he took was just getting a tattoo, because you also did acknowledge that there wasn't any malicious intent behind it. Because we can't establish that, right? There's no establishing malicious intent. We can't do it. There's nothing to support that. So the action that you're upset with is a kid in the military on leave got a tattoo of a skull and crossbones. That's it. Just to put this all in perspective for you. That's where you're at right now.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, man. I gotta go to bed. But it's been an interesting conversation, JD. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you, man. I hope you have a good night too.
Take care. Oh no, Quinn. Don't worry. It's right here. Gotcha. I have some thank yous. That was a long time. Some thank yous. I'm gonna try to wait it out to for Nemo to get back. His phone died, guys. His phone died. Hopefully he'll be back. I think we'll wait him out. We'll wait him out. Over on the tube, let's start over there. Thank you to Wesley. He says, let's see Mad Matt. This guy's being obtuse. Wesley, again, let's hear it for Mad Matt. Let's go. You guys are just cheering it on at this point. Eric says, for 199 says, come on, caller, get real. I mean, yeah, I hear you, man. Eric also said, why are contrarians always so nasally? And then Wesley said, Matt, you need a kick fund for this guy. He sucks. I mean, it's quite the... It was a long conversation. I hear you. I feel you guys. I get it. And then, let's see. In on the apps. Thank you to Tara on the green app. Said, would JD pass a Democrat purity test? I wouldn't. Friend, I know I wouldn't either. And then again, with the 2 on the green app, thank you. Says, Kegsbreath has Nazi tattoos, 0 explanations for them. Yeah, they're super Christian nationalist, crazy. And then thank you to Lydia. It says, just says, please for the love of God. That's all. It just says, please for the love of God.
That was an inopportune time for my phone to die, but there you go.
Or was
I feel like our conversation was just kind of done anyway.
I did not crash out. Just, and he wanted to pivot to identity politics, and I was just like, I don't.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, I was like, and
identity politics.
Yeah, I was like, I can't. But yeah, he was really holding. He was exactly neither. He was hanging on. Anyways, I ended it with I just said, I was like, listen, I just feel like at the end of the day, the action that you're holding, because he said he held Graham Platten responsible. Like, the action you're holding Graham Platten responsible for is a kid with his military unit getting a tattoo of a skull and crossbones. Because if you can't establish intent, then there's nothing else. There's no if you can't establish that, and we can't under any circumstance. There's nothing doing that. Then so that was kind of where we left it. I just said it was like, got to be done. So that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like, unfortunately, there's going to be more of those, especially the closer we get to November. Like, there are going to be more of these people. Yeah. The fact that the New York fucking Times decided that they were just going to run hit pieces about Graham Plattner, as if that's where the New York Times needs to put its attention. Not, I don't know, the war that we have going on, or the genocide going on right now that we are complicit in, or the economy, or literally anything else.
Or Don Snorleone. I don't know. Nemo, do you have anything to read off, friend? Do you have anything, any more? That was a long conversation. I assume you might have something before we wrap up here.
Yeah, I got one. Pamela, thank you for the 25 on Venmo. You said, "Love when you cook."
Can I just say, I don't often say this, like just to throw it out there, because a lot of times we just, these things just happen. They just go by. But like for you guys, like I was also just absolutely fucking delighted when Nemo was like, bring him back up. Bring him back up. Because that was fucking, I'm just saying, man, I was like,
yeah, there are certain people that occupy a special place on my shit list, and it's people who are on the left who insist on fucking everything up in the name of self-righteousness. So in the run-up to the election, it was Green Party voters. I give one caveat, which is if you were in a safe state and you wanted to, protest vote, okay, whatever. Like if you wanted to do that shit in California, fine. If you were in a swing state and you're a Green Party voter, you can burn in the hottest ring of hell. Right next to Ronald Reagan, right next to Henry Kissinger, right there. Because you are somehow worse than MAGA. I'll explain. MAGA, they're fucking fascists, right? Or they're at least complicit with fascists, right? So there's that, and they're terrible. But you, Green Party voters, Jill Stein voters, in swing states, you knew better, and you did it anyway. So you occupy a very special ring of hell, a special spot on my shit list. And again, like that argument that JD was doing is in the same vein, which is, well, I'm not going to vote for Biden I'm not going to vote for Biden or Harris because that is supporting genocide. Okay, no ethical consumption under capitalism. If you participate in capitalism, you are okay with the rape of the global South and the exploitation of any number of marginalized communities all throughout the globe. If you participate in capitalism at all. Now, but that's such an impossible standard to meet, right? Like, yes, it's true, but also, what the fuck? Like, you also have to live. That's why, to say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, that is true. Also, to hold people to that standard is impossible, okay? So, same thing is true whenever it comes to this idea of I'm not going to participate in an electoral system that is inherently zero-sum and two-party, and therefore I'm going to be complicit whenever the fascists win, but I am going to grandstand and pretend that it is not my fault. And it is. It is, in part, not in whole, but in part, it is your fault. And so, like, whenever people, whenever they present these arguments that are rooted in purity testing and, like, fart-sniffing self-righteousness, when they do this, it poisons the well. And if this shit percolates for the next, we're June now, the next 5 months, if this shit just continues to percolate, circulate, and all this shit, when your average person who is not a political junkie goes to the polls and they see Graham Plattner's name, there is a non-zero chance that they are going to think, oh wait, that's a guy with a Nazi tattoo. And then what happens? Susan Collins keeps her seat. Then what happens? Republicans maintain control of the Senate. Very bad. Very bad.
Very bad. Bad. All right, guys.
I was saying in the server that I wish that I could say pragma over dogma, but the etymology of the word pragma makes it so I can't do that. Like dogma, that works, right? Dogma as in like dogmatic. But pragma as in pragmatic, it doesn't work. The etymology is different.
Yeah. That would be cool though. Yeah, but yeah.
But yeah, pragmatism over dogma. Like that's just where we're at. Like if you are willing to if your adherence to your I don't know these standards, if your adherence supersedes the practical effects of that adherence, then like that is dogma and it's destructive. And if you wonder why the left can't get shit done, can't get a movement off the ground most of the time, it's because of shit like that.
If you guys could, please make sure that you're following Nemo's main account and my main account. My backup account happens to be right over here. Nemo's got multiple backup accounts. You should make sure that you're following all of his because you'll see him on a number of different accounts. Make sure that if you'd like to offer any final additional support, you can always find that links in our bios over here, over on the tube. Links right down here in the description. If you'd like to support the Victory Fund, you can go to the merch store. It's number 1 in my link tree. If you get a mug, a tank, or a shirt that says Mad Matt, 50% of the proceeds are going to be donated to the Victory Fund that supports LGBTQ plus candidates for office all through the end of June. We're going to make a nice big donation in the name of Charlie Kirk because we are Charlie Kirk. And last but not least, make sure that you join up on Nemo's Discord. Lots of good stuff there. We oftentimes post links there to stuff that we do here. You'll get political sources. You'll get different stuff. You want to hear that reggae version of We Are Charlie Kirk. You're going to be able to find it over there. Nemo, I was going to say that we should go. It's been a little while since we went over to Bill's Live. I was going to suggest maybe we should go to Bill's. Unless you have a different suggestion or an idea. I do know that Joey is also live, so I was thinking maybe him. I don't know. Just a thought, but what do you think?
Yeah, let's raid Bill.
Bill. All right. Cool. I know he's just back from. He went to Queen Bee's birthday, so I hope he had a good time. I bet they had a fucking blast all together. So. This is Bill's at. I just put it down there. Tell him that Nemo and I sent you. Bill is such a great guy. Would you please make sure that you follow Bill, support Bill, and then I want you to do me another favor. Spend some time over there hanging, and then wherever Nemo ends up next on whoever's panel this evening, go give Nemo a bunch of love. Make sure that you're supporting all of our friends as much as you can, but make sure that you get in there and show him as much love as possible. We'll be back tomorrow night, regular old time, and then other than that, we will